Okay. So, hey, we did that dungeon off camera. Your task is at hand, my friends. Cast the ingots into the fire! Destroy it! I slowly turned to Lineruth. No. Good morning, Lineruth. Why didn't Elrond kill Isildur right then and there? I always wondered that.
Remarkable. This body looks exactly like the Tyr we knew, though it is but an empty vessel, bereft of the noble spirit that made him such a trusted friend.
Tyr must have known he was going to his doom, so he left behind the silver scale as a catalyst to restore his physical form.
A truth he kept veiled from my perceptions, until a time when his wisdom would be needed.
Tyr's allies hid a record of his memories in the depths of Uldaman. But before it could be recovered, agents of the Infinite Dragonflight cast the disc into the Time Ways. We must locate that disc, or find another way to restore Tyr. The future of our flights may depend upon it.
It will be done, Queen Alexstrasza. This I vow.
All life is worth saving.
Cannot find words to describe our gratitude to you, Zerviles. You have returned our long-lost friend to us. In the absence of any further instructions he left, maybe we could eventually find out what we can do to restore his true self.
Fair skies and strong winds.
If I'm not mistaken, let me double-check something here. This is a newly fabricated body. Okay, come on, throat. Yep, nope, I am correct. Oh yeah, they can build keepers all day long. It's the programming that's the hard part. There's a reason why there are hundreds, if not thousands of, those golem-looking things roaming around every Titan facility. Yes and no. Is it going to sound like a strange statement when most of the power of a keeper isn't in their body, it's in their soul?
The rebels have raided a caravan of medical supplies and taken them.
If I could restructure this sentence a little bit. This isn't quite linearly applied, but think about, like, making a brand new character in, say, FF14. Yeah, you can do it, and you can make dozens of them, but they're still going to be level 1, right? Oh my god, my throat. Ah. Having said that, this is, to my knowledge, the first time they've ever even broached the possibility of building new Keeper bodies. Probably because this is kind of a special case here. Oh, yeah, no kidding. God. No, yeah, no kidding, Blade Devil. That would be terrible. That would be like making... Okay, I'm going to make a whole bunch of level 100s. Just right now. Just whoosh. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's everything in launch content. Obviously, we've already given the copper number of ridiculousness. So we have a bit of other stuff to do, so that's what we're going to do.
I bring order.
Now, I'm going to be super clear on this, but I'm pretty sure this is a 10.1 quest. Yeah, just keep churning them out. Just keep churning them out. Okay, so this is 10.1. Yep.
Glory to Valdrakken.
That up. Yeah, it's the easy win button.
Haven't we done this before?
Pretty sure this is 10.1. Oh, no, it is not.
Good luck on your next
Okay.
adventure.
There is honor in service. Aspects watch over you.
That's actually our main story quest.
Open your mind to what is yet to come.
Sorry, I spend my morning coughing, but then also, doing dragon races. That's how I decided to spend my morning. Okay.
Together, we can achieve anything.
Caligos is our big one. Now that is a good question. The thing is, the answer is yes, by all accounts. However, Titans are planet-sized. And, well, that's a lot. That would take a lot in order to build. At that point, you're basically strip mining a planet in order to build a Titan. And of course, it would just be an empty vessel. There would be nothing in it other than this really, really, really big dude. A little cumbersome. You ever played Dyson Sphere program? Because think that, you know? I need to verify. Sorry, I'm double checking a few things here really quick. But you could have done this on camera, off camera, and actually been a decent streamer instead of the moron that you are. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go grab that. Oh, that's right. We all know Lore's defining feature is not being a decent streamer. Big throat issues.
It's good to see you again.
Okay, so that's a suffusion
Come back
thing. We're
soon.
not actually doing that at all. We're not doing those. Those are tutorials.
Why, hello. We'll meet again. I've seen it.
Oh, that's pretty
It's
far
been
in.
a
That's
pleasure.
10.2.
What has the wind brought?
There we go.
Our thanks are always yours.
Okay. And then that's... Okay, so... we're going to I guess these are primary optionals, is what we'd call these. So let's do the rebels stuff first. Well, I suppose it depends on how strong the biotic is, Zach Taft. See, I gotta read out loud. That's great. Good to see you again. Alexstrasza doesn't think we can stop the rebels effectively through force, despite the success you've had. To find other ways, Alexstrasza has called Maldra Flametongue here to talk about the rebellion. And what truer to it? Perhaps it would be helpful to join the conversation, see what Maldra has to say. To avoid prying eyes and ears, they'll be meeting below us on the second level of the Seat of the Aspects. Wait, we're gonna meet with the rebel scum? Okay, I've heard of weirder things. Hi. So when I saw we were hurting other dragonkin, I knew we were on the wrong side. But what drew you to their cause? You don't seem dishonorable. No, it was honor that drew me to the cause. The treatment of dragonkin seemed dishonorable. We cared for this land for centuries without the dragons, but we were reduced to mere servants when you returned. So I joined the rebels because we had been pushed aside, expected to serve as though the dragons never left. Okay, that's valid and reasonable, and that's absolutely nothing to do with what you were doing, which was bombing civilians. No, I'm not letting that go. The rebels are stockpiling explosives beneath the city to collapse the aqueduct. Yeah, that! Explosives in my home? You must stop them. Oh, right, we were in the middle of the heritage quest.
Ours is a solemn burden.
Hang on, let me grab this quest.
Serve well.
I'll come as well. You'll need help. See, part of the problem is my throat is absolutely dying right now, and maybe now's not a great time to be reading a heritage quest. I keep hoping my throat will smooth out. That sucks, Actef. I managed to infiltrate a rebel camp down in the Scale Watch Cavern. It seemed like any other camp except for the frequent wagons coming in and with their contents covered. Eventually I was able to discreetly make my way to where the wagons would be unloaded. The rebels are stockpiling bombs, but it's even worse. They're piling bombs against a pillar directly beneath the aqueduct from Tierhold. They're seriously trying to attack the water supply of a city? Jesus Christ. Time to go kill rebel scum. We can negotiate. No, we're just gonna kill them. We don't negotiate with terrorists.
Rebels from the outpost have been ambushing civilians along the roads to Valdrakken. Do what you can to halt their operations.
I wish we never had to raise arms against fellow dragonkin. We should be allies, not enemies. Unfortunately, their leader, Agitator Zarlek, has made the choice for us when he threatened an aqueduct, and also attacked civilians. Twice. Fight your way inside the cave, put a stop to Agitator Zarlek by any means necessary, before he can set off those bombs. Then bring back his detonator so we can secure it. Once we have that, the Scalesworn can remove the bombs safely.
Go in service!
The Isles have awakened.
If Alexstrasza truly wants to find the cause of the rebellion, we need to hear out the rebels. To do that, we have to safely detain rebels who want to kill us. Well, you. That's much harder than resorting to violence and more dangerous, but I've experienced this when I left the rebels. Orion Darkwater cast a spell to bind me. It worked. I paid close attention. I've imbued that spell into a ring.
May the flights protect us.
Rebels seem to have a lot of signs and flyers around the cave. Probably use it as a way to keep everyone aligned with a purpose and motivated to fight. It's hard to keep a large group unified around a cause, especially if you use detestable methods like bombing civilians or destroying a water source. Thank you, game. Let's get a bunch of their propaganda. It may tell us a lot about what they're thinking, or who's telling them what to think.
May the waters protect you.
Rebel scum. Yes, I'd be curious too, Zach Taft. What role was Conroy playing? Good fortune, Lunar Wraith. Oh. Oh yeah, I guess I could not kill you. I keep killing on accident. Sorry. It's so easy. It's so easy to kill people. Yep, look, look. All I'm saying is y'all are bugs. Dead bugs, in this case. I mean, it's true. Only good bug is a dead bug. Oh, I guess I could try to capture him. And he's dead. Just keep killing on accident. I'm sorry. I swear I'm not doing it on purpose. Look, these are rebel scum, okay? Screw them. Let them all die. Like the bugs that they are. I will be honest, the moment you start deliberately targeting civilians, yeah, a lot of my sympathies go out the window. Remember, that was the very, very first thing we ever ran into with the rebels, is them attempting to bomb civilian outposts. That was literally the first thing they ever did.
Warm yourself by the forge.
The second thing they ever did, aka what they're doing right now, is attempting to destroy the aqueduct providing water to the city. Sympathy is not something I have in high supply for these people. The dragons believe that they're more than us. That's why Cendrix had to sacrifice herself for a dragon age that might not even be viable. They say she's a hero, but really she's their victim. You son of a submariner. How dare you? Yeah, literal terrorists. Sorry, I was going to spare you, but my shark had other plans. Yeah, this takes work here. Jesus Christ, people. Yeah, the sharks know exactly what they're doing. Look, all I'm saying, Uthor, is we should kill them all. That's all I'm saying. Let's just give death a chance, okay? Here's this great place. One of the best expansions of the whole franchise. No, it's great. Yeah, you might go to Ardenweald. You never know. That's 5. Hang on. I want to read these in order. You will not save the aqueduct. Yeah, Whatever you say, buddy. Hey, I gotta capture your allies right in front of you. You'll never capture us. Well, apparently not. Oh, enjoy your death. Wherever dragon... We still don't actually know where dragons go when they die. It doesn't help that they've kind of soft retconned the Shadowlands. Or I guess I should say, it does help quite a bit. But, you know. There's 3. I mean, I kind of don't agree with that, Uthor, and I want to explain why. See, Saw Gerrera was a ruthless, brutal terrorist. Nobody's doubting that. Nobody's disagreeing with that. But Saw Gerrera was fighting the Galactic Empire. These people are rebelling against
enjoy bringing battle to my kin.
The likes of Alex Strasza, who at absolute worst could be accused of not being fully cognizant of the situation. Like, that's as bad as that gets. You can't quite compare those two, you know? Now, you're probably thinking, Laura, you're coming too hard down on these civilian terrorists. And, first of all, screw you. But second, and arguably much more importantly, I don't remember where this quest chain goes exactly. I remember there's a cutscene coming up, which I rather enjoy. But I can't remember if there's something that helps to explain these assholes. For lack of a better way to put that. So, we'll see. I love how they get a buff if you fail to capture them. Yeah, I know, right, Xavion? Literal real-life governments are worse than Alexstrasza. Top to bottom. Ah, some can't wait to die. Hell, let's not even bring real life into this. How many polities in this setting are more benevolent than Alexstrasza's administration? Like, really actively think about that for a second. So, the idea here, underneath all this nonsense, is that for the longest time, the Dragonkin and Draconids have been the servitors. And that's just sort of what the norm has been. Now, obviously that's something that needs to be challenged and changed, and I'm actually completely with that. Problem is, rather than doing literally anything whatsoever, the rebels' very, very, very first step in protesting against that was not a letter or a message or a peaceful protest or a sit-in or a strike. It was bombing civilians! And that's the other thing. If there was some narrative beat where this would actually not make sense, and indeed I would give a negative, but if there was some narrative beat where they were like, ah, please, Alexstrasza, you know, let us live our own lives. And she was like, no, you must serve. And then they resorted to terrorism. Then, yeah, okay, sure, I could see why they would resort to that. But it's literally their first step. It's step 1, bomb civilians. Step 3, profit. Sorry. The dragons believe they're worth more than us. That's why Sendrex had to sacrifice herself for a dragon egg that might not even be viable. They say she's a hero, but really she's their victim. For 100 years they left us alone while we tended to their isles, guarded their cities and rode and kept the peace. They have repeated that abandonment 99 more times. Should we welcome them with open arms and obey as before? The dragons returned expecting us to be what we were. But in those 100 centuries we changed, we grew. We serve them no longer and we are serfs no longer. We've chosen our path for 10,000 years, and we will do so again. The dragons have ruled us because they're stronger than we are, but together in our great numbers we're stronger than they. If might makes right, then we are right, if we have courage to rise up together. And so we swear, one and all, to the rebel code. No ruler but oneself, no purpose but independence, no flight but the flightless. Yep. You know what? I feel like I kind of want to raise at work. Time to burn the office to the ground.
Aspects Gray shining down on you. Go with the aspects.
This is the more difficult way, but every rebel we capture instead of kill has a chance to end this violence.
Aspects watch over
Yes. You'd be written by Instigator Bellephon. I met her once when I was in the rebellion. We can find her, we can stop her from inciting so much anger. Also be able to look through these for any codes or ciphers. Yeah, there's some pretty obvious ciphers in that I wasn't even pointing
Honor all dragons.
So here's the detonator.
Guard against chaos!
We serve
We've been sending the rebel prisoners to Steelcliff Rampart. It's the barracks where Valdrakken City Guard, the Scalesworn are based. So we're plenty of guards to keep them from causing harm or escaping. Head over there. We'll see what the next steps are in putting a permanent stop to the rebellion.
Until we meet again.
The aqueduct is secured, thanks to you. Prisoners are being taken to Steelcliff Rampart. I won't get away with ending at Scalesworn's base. Valdrakken's finest may even allow them some freedom. Or we could kill him. I mean, I'm ambivalent at this point. I'm surprised they didn't give her medal anyways, Octot. Prisoners will not talk to me. They see me as the enemy. Perhaps you'll have another look. I am a Drakthir, and personal friends with you.
Greetings. Treasure the gift.
My goal is to see this rebellion brought to an end with as little violence as possible. To do that, I need to understand the root cause of the rebellion. They've clearly come to resent the aspects of the dragonflights, and while we had to use force to protect Valdrakken, that hasn't brought an end to the rebellion. I'd like you to speak to prisoners, see why they rebelled.
Safeguard all life.
Okay, hey, why'd you decide to bomb civilians?
We serve once more.
We didn't ask to serve the dragons. We didn't choose to serve the dragons. We're simply commanded to, against our will. We wanted willing allies, not forced servitude. Simply took their allegiance for granted. Did you, though? The reason this is probably a story negative, by the way, is, well, this is an interesting plot point. And it is, to be clear. It comes out of absolutely nowhere. People who aren't in the military get medals all the time, Octot. Actors get medals, for God's sakes. If you've been paying attention, and Lord knows I have, as we've been going throughout the quests and the zones, there's been a whole lot of Dragonkin and Draconid that we've been talking to and interacting with and you know, they've been fine. Like, if you want to have a plot beat like this, you really need to be laying those seeds much, much earlier, right? You need to have there be resentment that the dragons are back, or irritation or frustration, or like, oh, I have to deal with the dragons again, or something. There needs to be some kind of buildup. This comes out of absolutely nowhere. Aranog? You mean the traitor who decided to go ahead and betray his troop to the bandits for personal power? I don't think that counts in any, like, in the same zip code as this. So no would be the answer to that. Like, a couple of standout things here. Like, for example, up here in the Waking Shores, when we encountered a lot of the Draconid and Dragonkind there at the Wingrest Assembly, they were all like, oh my god, there's people here. It's been so long there's people here. We're so happy that people here. Positivity, positivity. Okay. How about down here at the life pools? Now, I guess that's a little bit of low-hanging fruit, but everyone here has been like, yes, dragons. Okay, maybe that's not too much. Nobody was at the Azure Span. Poor Calicos. We didn't really see much here either. In Theldrassus, we only see a couple tidbits there and there, but in both cases, they're like, woo, we finally get to open things up again. So, and of course, Valdrakken itself has been universally positive, which is sort of my point. Everyone's been like, yes, dragons. And then all of a sudden, there's apparently this whole faction we never heard of or saw, which wasn't hinted at all, which is very, very resentful towards the dragons, for valid reasons, out of nowhere. And yet, at no point did anyone consider, like, again, like, I hate to keep hammering this point in, but literally their first step was bombing civilians. The introduction the players have to the rebel group is the attack on the big tower, the central tower in Valdrakken. I forget the name of it. That's probably not even going to tell me. Seat of the Aspects. The attempted bombing of the Seat of the Aspects is the first time we even hear about the rebels.
The waters flow again.
I didn't see any reason we need the dragons. They left this land for us for 10,000 years and everything was fine. That hadn't occurred to me. Surely they must see we need to work together to protect the Isles. No, they're stupid. I'm just going to say that. Like, I'm sorry. Any valid argument you have is thrown out the window when your first step is bombing civilians.
I have lived to see them return.
Every time there's a war, the dragons send us off to die in huge numbers. They want us to fight for them, but what do we get from this? And, oh, there it goes. So many dragons have died to protect Azeroth over the centuries. I just viewed us as fighting together, not sending our troops to war. And yet, Alex Strauss's comments are kind of mirroring mine here. That's the thing that really throws me about all of this. These people cannot be rebelling against a more benevolent leader. You are not going to find someone who cares about her people more than the Queen of Life. And this is who you're rebelling against.
I'll listen. Farewell.
Valdrakken was our home, and the dragons pushed us out when they returned. We always thought of Valdrakken as our home. We must remember it's home to the Dragonkin as well. She's also listening and taking their viewpoints into account. You know, like a benevolent leader. Christ.
I'll listen.
I have my own dreams beyond fighting wars for dragons. Consider this. I do not wish to prevent them from pursuing their own dreams. Come with me to Captain Drun. I'd like to discuss what the rebels are saying. Alexstrasza? Oh, there she is.
Holth Aldon She.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Uthor. This is at least one negative, possibly two. I haven't decided yet.
Embrace hope.
I'm not going to agree with their reasons, certainly not their method, but I have no understanding of why they want change.
The balance must be maintained.
This was enlightening, to say the least. The rebels we talked to had a lot to say, which I wouldn't have anticipated. My thoughts, but what do you think of their grievances?
From pain, we draw strength.
These are some interesting options we have. So option 1. They were made to serve dragons, and therefore they must continue to do so. Option 2. They've been unfairly treated. Option 3. Some complaints make sense, but they still need to know their place underneath the heels of their betters. What are these options? Whatever. What do you think their claims to be equal to dragons? Tell Alexstrasza that while the dragons don't have equal abilities, they think and feel just as dragons do. They deserve the same rights and respect. The residents of the Dragon Isles are just like her, so they deserve better treatment than they've received. Or, they can't fly and are not immortal. They are not equal in any sense. Yeah, no, duh. The third option there says, so how do we deal with the rebels? The clear solution is to crush the rebels with force. That's actually what it says. I'm not being facetious there. I'm not. I can't put the word. I can't word. An occasional Dragonkin holiday will smooth things over. I'd offer them equals and treat them as equals and invite them to work with the aspects if they choose to. Which is what I thought we were already doing.
The Red Dragonflight will protect this world.
So.
My forces protect.
No, I think you're right, Huther. The problem is, and I really, really, really hate to keep coming back to this point, so forgive me. But the fact that the initial thing was the attempted civilian bombing really stains the whole rest of it. Someone mentioned this chat. I think it was Lineruth? Yeah, it was Lineruth. Make it a vandalism, right? Not a bomb. They were literally graffitiing the wall. Alexstrasza stinks. You know, doesn't have to be something that's silly. But make the initial inlay into it something nice and low tier, right? And we're like, what the hell is this nonsense? Okay, let's try to figure out what this is going on. Where is this coming from? It could be vandalism, like not trying to knock over a thing or make, you know, maybe break the lock on the bank for a while. You know, something that's still causing some damage. Yeah, exactly. Maybe targeting like something like a pillar, but specifically targeting it when no one was there. You know, they could do a peaceful protest. And then it would be relatively easy to go ahead and segue that into the Primalist camp, which, if you remember, was the first actual Rebel quest. The Primalist camp is like, oh my god, the Primalists are converting them into horrible, evil death dooms. Then we kill their asses. No problems there. And then we come down here and we find this other camp where most of the rebels are willing to surrender. Which they are, if you're paying attention. That's why we captured so many of them alive. And there's this one asshole who's trying to cause problems. Okay, no real issues. Make it so they're not trying to bomb an aqueduct, because that's ridiculous. That's actually worse in many ways. Okay. And then we're here, and then we're done. 2 relatively small changes, and this would be a universally positive quest chain. Malja's been going through the propaganda retrieved, and using ciphers she knew from her days as a rebel, she found a coded message that led to another camp where Belafon is stirring up rebellion.
Go swiftly.
I hope this excursion proved useful, my queen. Indeed, Zerviles helped me understand the rebels' mindset more clearly. Will that help us finally defeat them? No, but these rebels are from our flights. It's my hope we will not need to defeat them. Except for the evil one. There's got to be an evil one, right? Like, I keep waiting for that. Like, there's one rabble-rouser in the back shouting, peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Rebels have raided a caravan of medical supplies and taken them back to this encampment. Reclaim any...
The Isles have awakened!
Rebels are finding their way here from Scale Watch at other locations. Based on the same ciphers, there are now too many rebels for us to stop without your help. I mean, I could just kill all of them if you want me to. I have no problem
watch
with that.
over you.
Captain Dryden informed me that Alexstrasza wants this done as peacefully as possible. I've heard Alexstrasza is considering granting them rights or freedom. Instead of fighting our way through all the rebels, when peace may be on the horizon, let's spread the word. Tell them that things are changing. Okay.
Victory in all your battles!
The Isles welcome you.
Surviles, we need to stop the Quills from inciting rebels long enough for us to be heard. Their leader seems to be giving the Quills a degree of autonomy with that glowing staff. Gather up as many as you can so we can reproduce her words. Once we're out of commission, we'll confront her directly, but we don't want the Quills to scatter and continue spreading these messages.
For Dragonkind.
This is it. As the one propagating. That's the rebel leader. I love the glasses. We can stop Belafon. Try to bind her with my ring. You'd like to do weaker first. Okay, well, let's go meet the leader of the rebellion. Queen Dorkface. I haven't read the book, so I have no idea, Zaktaft. So you can die if you want to. No? Okay. Well, enjoy your death. It doesn't really matter to me, if I'm being honest. Nope. Okay. Die. The dragons should have listened when they had the chance. Which, as a reminder, was never! Alright, let me try to not kill you first. Yes. I'm sorry. One of the people I just aggroed took the peace offering and the other one didn't. I'm just picturing what's going through the mind of the one who didn't. Like, no, together we will defeat you, and then the other guy leaves. Like, screw this, I'm out of here. Wait, no, where are you going? Come back. Oh, well. On a fire. Robot Chicken did a bit on that Darkrai, which is still my favorite take on that joke. Or, excuse me. I started that sentence too late. I've seen a lot of jokes about that scene from A New Hope. One of my favorite takes on that joke is from Robot Chicken, where the guy who gets his arm cut off was actually just trying to talk the whole situation down. His friend was all drunk and rowdy. It's a great bit. I recommend you watch it if you ever feel the desire to. God, what would that be called? Robot Chicken has done so many Star Wars gags. I don't even know how to summarize that. What's the name of the dude? You know what? Hang on. Okay, if you look up Robot Chicken, Ponda Baba's Bad Day, that's it. Wow, that was extremely easy to find. I'm shocked. Google actually did its job. It's been getting so much worse about that lately.
You have the thanks of Valdrakken.
Okay, Rebel Scum. You've got a couple of options here. I use the web function on Google to get an actual search result. And even that's been getting worse. Hi. So, hey. The dragons will be made to understand. I can't die. The rebellion's too important. Yeah, Enjoy life in prison. And then secretly I kill him. Yeah, just for funsies. It's a freebie, you know, it doesn't count. Game, I need you to let me out of combat, please. Thank you.
The aspects have returned.
That's great that so many stopped fighting. Too bad for those who didn't, but if you told a camp full of rebels that was largely going to lay down their arms, I wouldn't have believed it. Alex Strauss will be pleased.
Honor.
Yep, we killed so few people.
Until we meet again.
Ahem. I guess it's better than nothing. Where is she? Okay.
I will listen.
Thank you. You've aided us in opposing this rebellion from the beginning. It's been 2 quest chains. That's the other thing. This feels like this should have been an expansion-wide arc leading up to this instead of literally 2 quest chains. Now Valdrakken is safe, and more importantly, I'll see the Dragonkin retreated with the respect they deserve.
Fair skies.
My hope is that our work to understand the rebels will allow us to a path to peace. My concern is that we're not able to come to understanding that with Belafon, other rebels may see her as a martyr for the cause. I will be happy to martyr this woman for you.
Life endures. The balance must be maintained.
Belafon, this rebellion has gone on long enough. Yeah, 2 whole questions. As has our poor treatment of the Dragonkin. I've asked the Reviles to bring you to the seat of the aspects so we can discuss the rights and respects that are fair to Dragonkin. Glad you've come to see reason. We've fought long and hard for... This decision comes in spite of your violence, not because of it. Yeah, because she's actually a decent person. You are so lucky. Dragonkin, including many rebels, are now dead because of this rebellion. Many of them innocent. None needed to die. But in talking with the rebel prisoners, I've come to see the treatment of the Dragonkin has at times been disrespectful, inconsiderate, and unfair. We dragons must hold ourselves to a higher standard, and it shall begin with treating Dragonkin fairly and as equals. What about Draconid? That's what I fought for! You, however, must still pay for your crimes. My actions were to make the plight of the Dragonkin known. And how many of your kin were sacrificed so you can make that plight known? Seriously, you have a quill. It's called a letter. From this day forward, we will invite the Dragonkin to join us in our work, not demand or require it. with respect as part of the flights, not merely servants of them. You would willingly put your words and your quills to work explaining these new realities and this grand invitation to defend Azeroth together. Yes, I would do this for my people. And I will defer your sentence while you do this work. Valdry, your assistance has been invaluable throughout this struggle. Would you be willing to take up this invitation to serve alongside the dragons to protect the Isles and Azeroth? My queen, I am honored by your request, considering my past aiding these civilian bombers. I will consider your request, but for now I must decline. It will take time to see if the dragons will truly abide this equal relationship. Because, see, okay, the other thing this doesn't work for me is there's not exactly a history of misuse or abuse here, unless you're counting the Black Dragonflight and Nefarian. There's never been even one sign anywhere, ever, of the dragons actually misusing or abusing the Dragonkin or the Draconid. Not one. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like droids over in Star Wars. There's tons and tons of story beats of people treating droids like lesser creatures or slaves or, you know, pillars of snows or anything like that. There's no examples of the dragons ever talking down to the Dragonkin or the Draconids. So the plot beat comes out of absolutely nowhere twice. Adjust this here. And is resolved inside of 2 quest chains. Henry Stickman. Jedi Fallen Order. Jedi Survivor. Thank you.
Where there is life, there is hope. The Red Dragonflight will protect this world.
So let's see. Yeah, this feels thrown in out of absolutely nowhere, which really makes me kind of... Yeah, it's yeah, exactly, Blade Tall. This whole thing is framed as if there's this huge history of the dragons misusing or misabusing or whatever the lesser races, which I remind you does not exist. And even if I didn't know that just from memory, I've recently replayed pretty much the entire game. It really makes me wonder. Because, yeah, not Blade Tall. Puthor has a valid point. It's possible that this was a quest that was kind of tossed in as a direct reaction to something. I don't know. Weird quest chain. A weird stumble in an otherwise really excellent series. Not as bad as the Primalists, of course. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, it's kind of like the Jailer. See, the double weird thing, and I hate to keep repeating my point here, but, like, it feels like this whole Rebel thing should have been a whole quest arc. Instead of 2 quest chains. And when I say 2 quest chains, I should be clear. Functionally, it's 2 quests, right? Because you know how WoW does quests. And that's just weird. It feels like it should get a lot more time and attention than that. Even if I think the whole thing is kind of eyebrow-raising, at least this feels like something that should have some build-up and some payoff instead of bomb, go kill a bunch of people at the camp, and then go check in at the nearby rebel camp, and then resolve it. Boom, 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 boom. Weird. Anyways, I feel my throat's better enough. We go from a terrible quest chain to this, the Orc Heritage Quest. So we have to pick a clan. We all know all these clans are stinky. Did I not? Ooh. No, that's right. You know, that's possible, Huthor. That's actually completely valid. Maybe they didn't have time, maybe they didn't have resources, maybe nobody else agreed with the story arc. But they didn't want to just throw it out of bounds, so they gave them their little quest arc. So Blackrock, Bleeding Hollow, Warsong, Dragon Maw, Shattered Hand, or Frostwolf. Hang on. So I know which faction I used to use in Warcraft 2 as humans. I don't remember which color it was that I'd use all the way back in... Here we go. In Warcraft 2. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so... Looks like I would usually play as the Twilight's Hammer clan. Don't read into that.
Loktar.
Do I not have the quest on the set? Hang on. I don't. Why do I not have the clan quest?
Speak your mind.
Okay.
May the spirits watch over you.
Let's turn in the food first.
Go with honor.
You have done well. It is a rare thing for the ancestors to cross over and manifest before an offering. Yours must have been truly worthy. I hope Durak appreciates the honor that was just bestowed upon him as well. When the Omgra is finished, you should pass on the messages you received for the others. I think he would appreciate it.
May the spirits watch over you.
Okay,
Go
so
with
The clans come together anew. Choose a clan to champion in your Amgora.
do I have to? Like, I'm really not pro-clan, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, don't mistake me. I love the idea of the clans as a player, as a reader, as an enjoyer of the lore. But personally, nah, no clan for me. Thanks.
Well met.
The Frostwolf clan originally hailed from Frostfire Ridge on Draenor. On Azeroth, most of us now dwell in the Alterac Mountains. We are known for having lifelong wolf companions, being hardy warriors and hunters, and having a strong connection to the spirits of the elements in our ancestors. We value honor above all else and strive to do what is right. I'm sure you're familiar with the story of my father, Duratan. He fought for the freedom of our people. If you'd like to formally join the Frostwolves, we'd be honored to have you.
Together, we are strong.
Come to learn the ways of the Shattered Hand? I can tell you, but first I have to kill you. Just kidding. Long ago, our clan dwelled in the spires of Arak on Draenor. Our founders were comprised of a group of gladiator slaves who escaped from High Mall ogres. The clan name came from a tradition of replacing your hand and chopping off your hand and replace it with a weapon. That is no longer a requirement. These days, we serve as Orgrimmar's spies and assassins. We value ruthlessness, cunning, and the nerve to do what must be done to ensure peace for the rest of our people. We have watched your deeds from the shadows and would welcome you into our fold with pleasure. Hang on, what happened to Gordul? He's been usurped. It is our way that the strong must lead. Don't worry, I didn't kill him. He is here at the Kosharg if you wish to see him.
Go with honor.
Actually, yeah, hang on, where's Gorgul? Did we already talk to him? We had to have already talked to him. It's because they are Wenlock. At least they used to be. Oh, so he is. He won't even talk to me, but yeah, he's there. Okay, cool. Rogue trainer from Vanilla, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, the Frostwolves didn't drink of the fell blood. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Speak.
You want to know about the Dragon Maw? Fine, I will recount our sad history. My clan were once fearsome hunters and Rylak riders who lived beyond the border of Frostfire and Gorgrond. We earned the name Dragon Maw after we were given the power to enslave the Red Dragons by Deathwing. After we lost our dragons, we grew isolated and desperate. We attempted to find new slaves, the Netherwing, and the Black Dragons, but could keep neither. We eventually joined Hellscream's horde, only to lose another leader and any scrap of honor we had left. If hearing all this still makes you want to join us, we will welcome you. Hang on, why would I join you? You're dishonorable. You are not wrong. The Angerfang were long supporters of Necrosh Skullcrusher and his son. It earned us nothing but death and dishonor. I will say this. I intend to find a new place in Azeroth, and in this new horde for my people, and I intend to do it through our own strength alone, not through another enslaved people. If we die out before that happens, so be it. Interesting.
Glory to the Horde.
The Warsong clan hails from the mighty plains of Nagrand. The mighty Grommash Hellscream led the clan to Azeroth in the Horde's vanguard. Despite their defeat in the Second War, most of the clan evaded capture. They later rallied to Thrall's side to free those in the internment camps and build a new home. Loktar Ogar. It defines the Warsong. We value skill on the battlefield above all, and are known for our fearsome battle cries. Despite this, we have learned the lessons of the past. We will never again sacrifice our honor to achieve victory. The fall of Garrosh Hellscream ensured that.
Go with honor.
I feel like there were several. There's a lot of lesser clans you almost never hear of. Like the Flower Pickers. But no, for real, there's a whole lot of lesser clans, and they only show up like briefly or in background mentions. So I think there was at least a couple that didn't drink.
Strength and honor.
Before the time of the Horde, we lived in the wilds of the Tanaan jungle. My father, Kilrog Deadeye, led most of our clan to war in Azeroth. Those who did not return to Draenor after the Second War were captured and placed in internment camps. Those two halves of my clan have been separated until now. My clan is known for performing rituals that many would consider dark. We do not shy away from such tools. We know what fate has in store for us, and do what we must to survive. You've performed mighty deeds and been victorious in many battles. The Bleeding Hollow would gladly accept you.
Victory!
And finally, the defaults. These were who you played as most of the time back in Warcraft 2. Love the hat.
From Ka!
We originally hailed from Gorgrond in Draenor, and then found our home in Blackrock Mountain after the invasion. Our chieftain, Blackhand, was the first war chief of the Horde. He was cruel and hungry for power, and overthrown by Orgrim Doomhammer, which split our clan's loyalties. Those of us that remain true Blackrock orcs value strength of body and purpose. We are warriors and blacksmiths. Varrock and his brother Broxigar were of Blackrock. Even though both are gone, we still strive to live our lives to their standard of heroism and sacrifice.
Keep your weapons sharp.
So I actually know my pick. Which would you pick of these 6? Just out of curiosity. I also like how much effort they put into giving us a bit of history of each of these. Very little of what they just said was new to me, but it's nice to see it summarized like this, especially for people who haven't been paying attention to Warcraft for the better part of 30 years. The one that used to be Garrosh's, so that would be Warsong with Gorgona over there. And yeah, Frostwolves, I mean, they are the good guy faction. Always have been. Bleeding Hollow is actually an interesting choice. And I mean, I actually feel like at least some new players or newer players would either default to Frostwolf because Thrall or because of Warlords. Or they would default to Blackrock because of Varrock, who, you know, we literally just talked to a few minutes ago, metaphorically speaking. I'm actually going to choose the Dragon Maw. Ignoring the obvious quest that was done out at the life pools, I feel like people who are making the attempt to be better need that extra little hand. You know what I mean? And this is funny because I really did not do this on purpose, but this is a perfect contrast to the quests we just did with the rebels. Hear me out for a second. The rebels bombed civilians, again, first thing they did, and then tried to knock out the aqueduct. And then, when we tried to reach out to them for peace, they either, they took it or rejected it. And when they finally, were like, hey, we've decided to give you clemency and work with you, there was not a hint of remorse or regret or contrition or anything from Belafon, I think was her name, right? But listen to this. I intend to find a new place in Azeroth and in this new horde for my people, and I intend to do it through our strength alone, not through another enslaved people. If we die out before that happens, so be it. If you know me, you know that bothering, making the attempt to be a better person resonates with me. When it comes to fiction, when it comes to characters. And yeah, that feels sincere, right? You can feel that Angerfang here actually means that. It's one of the things I liked about Grom, the original Grom. Grom was not a good person, but he was sincere in his efforts to be a good person. And yeah, then there's Duraz, back at the life pools. He was the old orc who passed away with a whelpling resting up against him. I'm going to pick Dragon Maw. Let this be an example going forward. Hopefully a good one. Also, I love that this quest made me think about this that much.
Mokra.
I mean, Dragon Maw for the longest time has been the bad guy orcs, right? We've talked about that. Every race has the bad guy such and such, except like the Pandorans. So for the longest time, the Dragon Maw were just, the Grim Totem. Actually having legitimate dragon riders amongst the Dragon Maw sounds fascinating to me. Something more akin to what, oh god, what are they called? In Suikoden, there's the people who, their dragons are their partners. And, there's this whole friendship, ally, equals thing going on, which is kind of awesome. That would be a cool direction for the Dragon Maw to go. Yeah, like Futch. Exactly.
May the spirits watch over you.
So, it looks like this quest changes based on the clan. That's interesting.
What is it?
The Farseer and I have decided that the blessing of the clan will take inspiration from the Omrigor as a way to honor old traditions. You will track and kill a beast without your armor while acting as champion of the Dragon Maw, but not any beast. You'll be sent on something that will actually be challenged for such a seasoned shaman. You'll hunt an unknown monster stalking the residents of the Valley of Trials. The peons have taken to calling it Gorkrosh, the Long Knives. Seek out Kaltunk and investigate. Once the beast is slain, take a trophy as proof of the deed, and paint your face with its blood as proof for the Farseer. Don't die on me now, I was just growing to like you.
Remember, you must bring back a trophy from your kill, and paint your face with the blood of your prey. And you are forbidden from wearing armor until Gorkrosh is slain. Go with honor.
Is my armor technically off? I've got a debuff that says it's off. Do I have to literally take off my armor? I don't think anybody wants to see that. I was actually thinking of the Defias as the default human bad guy faction. But I guess the Scarlets would count as well. Since Lord knows the Scarlets are predominantly human. This brings back memories.
Loktar!
Is that you? Look how much you've grown. Why are you here? Oh, this ain't you do with Gorkrosh. Oh, thank the ancestors.
Go forth to
Gorkrosh, the Long Knives, has been terrorizing the Valley of Trials for weeks. Orcs have been going missing, and many of our young trainees have been injured. The peons stuck to calling the mysterious attacker Long Knives because the few bodies we found all have terrible gashes on their backs. They're terrified and refusing to work. We have no idea who or what Gorkrosh is, but they're very clearly dangerous. Please find this monster to end this madness.
Be safe.
They're predominantly undead now. I mean... yeah, welcome to level 1. Yeah, the gnomes for the longest time had the leper gnomes. The dwarves had the dark irons. Emphasis on had.
Brawlhall.
I'm not even sure Gorkrosh exists. Those peons get worked up over everything. Well, I mean, yeah. Poor peons. You want to talk about a race... excuse me. A race. Jesus Christ. You want to talk about a subclass of people that have been a long history of abuse and misuse. Where's our peon rebellion, huh? That's a quest arc I would be into immediately. Yeah, Draenei had the Eridar. Yep. Trolls actually... yeah, trolls have most trolls, honestly. Another one. I can't keep losing peons like this. Long gashes and something like a blade. Same as the others. I think it was Gorkrosh that did this. I cannot say, but we must take this seriously. This is the third dead with the same wounds. Yeah, I was never really what you'd call a huge fan of the Pinkerton quest. But, like, wow, you know? When I went... so I actually went back to the Pinkerton quest a second time with a friend of mine because they really wanted to unlock Volpera. They were even more bothered by it than I was, and I gotta say... that's saying something.
Yes.
Big monster jump out. Pale as ghost. Kill friend and vanish. Please do not let it kill me. A very large three-toed print left by an animal. Surely a raptor or something. Yeah, the nicest possible thing we could think of is that the Pinkerton quest was either a little bit too straight of a parody, or was someone who was really venting.
Zug Zug. Be safe.
Please, I don't think I'll make it.
What can I do for you?
Take the cactus apples. Oh no, we just lost a new level 1. I'll heal you. Yes, I will honor her request. Don't make fun. Do you know how many times I've done the cactus apple quest? Contains a young adventurer's hopes and dreams. That should not hit. What the hell? Imagine dying at level 1, and that's it. God, that's a weird thought.
Makraw. For the Horde.
Why are you delivering these? I asked... oh, no. No one's supposed to die over these. I just ask all the young orcs to do this. It's supposed to be easy. Thanks for delivering for him, I guess. Enjoy your reward. This cactus apple surprise. The surprise is how sad you are.
Strength.
Game. Game. That's going in the save pile. I'm keeping those. They still heal for 135. You can't even do this quest to level 50 at the earliest, and they still heal for 135. They knew.
What do you need?
What have you found? Yeah, I saw the buff, which raises your stamina by 1 for 15 minutes. You tell Kaltunk about the large three-toed print, Aranisha's mention of raptors, and the bodies. It's actually a huge white raptor.
For the Horde.
Warcraft is truly a raptor. You should be able to track it just like any other animal. See if you can find its trail. We know it's been around here recently. Corner it in its lair, ended once and for all. Make sure you return to Razor Hill straight away. The Farseer will need proof of the deed. Spirits guide you. Loktar.
May your blades never dull.
Yeah, the Valley of Trials, even in lore, is supposed to be the newbie area. It is quite literally where young orcs go to train. And I do mean young, as in, like, literally, you know, it's called the Valley of Trials because part of the whole point, narratively, is that you are earning your adulthood. You're earning the right to be considered as an adult. So, like, this is your coming of age. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, orcs mature in the mid-teens range. What? Oh, right. Someone else is doing this. I'll take a moment. You're probably wondering, hang on, Laura, you don't have a lot of orc characters. Why would you do these quests a lot? So I have a lot of Blood Elf characters. And I kind of hate the Blood Elf starter zones. Especially post-Kata. So, Durotar post-Kata or, you know, Eversong? I'll take Durotar, thanks. See, for just a second, I thought that's what happened to Uthor. Anyways, I need to decide how many positives to get it. That was a weirdly good thing. Hang on. I gotta think about this. God, how long's our respawn? Yeah, we're in the middle of the Orc Heritage. No, this has been really good, Uthor. I have been weirded out. And I've liked every Heritage quest. Even Tauren, which I think is probably the weakest one so far. I still liked it. It's just, you know, that was okay. It was good. Yeah, orcs, I've been asked before what makes Warcraft distinct as a setting. The answer is a lot of things. Warcraft is a setting that's been going for about 30 years now. It's got a whole bunch going for it. But if I ever have to give a one-sentence answer to that, it's the orcs. Nothing is like the orcs in Warcraft. Especially not other orcs, you know. Lord of the Rings orcs, or Warhammer orcs, or Forgotten Realms orcs. Nothing like them at all. These guys are pretty well fleshed out. They're honestly, and I hate to continue this comparison point, very similar to the Terrans over in StarCraft. There's a fairly large amount of history, characterization, and culture here. Probably because they're the ones that get a whole lot of focus. There we go. Peekaboo. Pretend I'm doing this out of my armor. Actually, yeah. The Klingons are very, very fleshed out. One of the most fleshed out races in Star Trek. And at least partially because they just have that much screen time to do it with. Do I have blood? Gotta have the blood. It says I have the blood. I'm gonna go with the blood. Can I admit, from a very personal perspective, one of the reasons I like this quest so much? I don't see anything. Yeah, true, Darkrai. When I first talked to Eitrek, right at the beginning, and he was talking about reclaiming our traditions, I don't think I showed this on camera, but my knee-jerk reaction was to roll my eyes. Before you hate me, I'm pretty anti-traditionalist. I've never been quiet about that. Traditions are the kind of things that, in my opinion, should be challenged frequently. They're the kind of things that you just should you don't do tradition because it's tradition. You do tradition because it's the correct thing to do, right? That's my take, and that always has been. So the idea of we need to get back to our traditions just made me go, ugh. But one thing that's been consistent throughout the whole quest chain is not that. In other words, this isn't just about adhering to our old traditions, but taking our old traditions that have value and making new traditions alongside them. In fact, if there's a word I can use here instead of tradition that I think fits better, this is more about culture. This is more about the identity of the orcs as a people. Throughout each of these quest chains, we've been willing to challenge, change, and otherwise push back against traditions while still retaining orc heritage, if you will. And that's really impressed me, managing that middle line of those two. Because it would be too easy for them to just throw all traditions out the window, which arguably is bad, and adhere to all traditions, which is definitely bad. And instead, we've got this nice, sweet middle point here, best of both worlds kind of thing going on. And I'm actually quite impressed with that. And yeah, the fact that we, the player character, the main character, are the ones kind of trailblazing these new traditions for a whole new generation is kind of awesome. I have no idea, Lunarith. And that's the answer to that.
Speak your mind.
Do you have your trophy? Have you painted your face with the blood of your kill? Yeah.
Go with honor.
Look, it's right here. A clean kill. Pretend I have no armor on. You have defended the young and weak honorably. The spirits are pleased. You have earned the blessing of the clan. You may have your clothes back.
May the spirits watch over you.
The Dragon Maw accepts your trophy. Loktar Andinux. Now there's an interesting story idea, Blade Duval. That's true. This is also very opt-in. A lot of these people we've been talking to throughout here have all been saying they were invited, but nobody was forced to come here. That's another thing. Most traditions, if not all traditions, should probably be opt-in, you know? Noticeable absent orcs. I mean, Garrosh, but he's probably cessated at this point. But no. Ignoring the dead. Yeah, Grom showed up. Our Grom, but still. Even referenced Garrosh. It depends on the PC, doesn't it? But I know what you're saying. We kind of like the Warrior of Light. We do have a general personality as the PC. And it is heroic. It is a heroic personality, so probably better. I can't think of any living orcs that are not present here. Not anyone notable. Like, they went for some deep cuts here, and there's a few people I don't recognize in that crowd. Hello. Hear me, young one. I am the spirit who protects this place, what your people call Thunder Ridge. The canyon once below once teemed with life. It could once more with your intervention. Aid me now, and it will benefit my people and yours. Life can only thrive when a delicate balance is maintained. The arrival of your people and the humans was but the first link in a chain that led to devastation. You yourself are not to blame, but you can be the force that restores what once was. True. Darkrai, that's actually a valid point. Hang on 1 second. Apparently Agmar is still alive. He's also still up in Northrend, so he is absent. Wild. You yourself are not to blame, but you can be the force that restores what once was. Dive into the waters below and recover the seeds buried in the silt. They are a memory of the ancient forest that once grew in harmony with my people. Beware, the elements are not at peace here. Yeah, I wasn't going to mention Drekthar because he obviously had a very visible presence earlier. He gave us the water buff. See, you got me thinking now, Bladesville, because obviously that would be a thing then. What would happen now? Now with, like, the High Rider's trust, you know what I mean? Oh god, I don't think I've talked to that NPC. Oh no! No, you're talking about the one by the waterfall, aren't you, Uthor? Yeah, okay, yep. I'm found. Yeah. That's another thing Garrosh did. Thanks for that, buddy. Appreciate you. You know, that's an interesting point, Uthor, because you're right. The quest we're doing right now, lore-wise, story-wise, happens before the Earthen ever shows up in Orgrimmar. And we know that we are establishing a new tradition, one of which will be to help appease and take care of the local spirits. We also know that terraforming magic is alive and well in this setting. Durotar does not always have to be a blasted hellscape. It was mentioned all the way back in Kata, in one of the books, I want to say, that the Cenarian Circle had actually considered trying to terraform Durotar. The only reason they didn't is they were trying to avoid political entanglements with a faction that was currently at war. Now, I'm not saying the Cenarians should get involved in this again, although they could. What I'm trying to say is that it's possible. Yeah, bingo, as Miristar. We might actually see Durotar look more like Tanan in the future. You return. Success lifts your steps. Life still dwells in the seeds, dormant, awaiting its chance. Plant them in my remains and observe what power I still wield. The ancient forest will return in time. My kind will return in time. By your hands has this been set into motion. You have our gratitude, Eindenux. Go in peace. Also, notice that this once again lines up perfectly with what Loa are. This was functionally a Loa of Durotar, a thunder lizard who's old enough and strong enough to generate a large amount of spirit energy. So much so that we could keep talking to them even after they were dead. Oh man, I hope so, Huthor. I hope so. Oh man, catering to the main cast of a game is one of my least favorite things games do, Mr. Red. That's actually a good question, Blade Taval. It's entirely possible the Horde would have factionalized more. Maybe become more of a confederation. In other words, each faction just kind of dealing with their own stuff. And only really coordinating when they need to deal with the next big threat that shows up. That's not a bad idea, though, really. And yeah, remember, this quest came out when they started actually planning stuff. For the first time in a long time, we can really start taking foreshadowing into account when it comes to theory crafting.
Mokra.
You return. I trust you aided the spirit of the Thunder Ridge.
Go with honor.
You have done well. The spirits sing your praises on the wind. Eventually, Thunder Ridge will flourish into a new oasis, benefiting the people of Orgrimmar and the Thunder Lizards alike. You've earned the blessing of the land.
May the spirits watch over you.
One second, please. You have successfully completed the Amgara. Congratulations. Now it's time to celebrate. We've prepared a feast for all in attendance in your honor. Revel in the glory you've earned. Enjoy yourself. If any of the orcs get out of line, remind them why you were the one who was chosen to complete the new rite first.
Go with
Our champion has completed the Amgora. Let us feast in their honor. Loktar!
That's actually a really interesting idea, Blade Terval. Have you played Guild Wars 2, Blade Terval? Oh my god, look at all the food. Look at all the food. Oh no, everyone has new dialogue? You should join us, Corona. Officially. You can even challenge me for my position if you want. We just need more orcs of your skill. I have become used to doing things alone and used to not really being welcome among orcs. Times change, as they say. Apparently. I will consider it. God, Corona's getting on in her years at this point, too. That's weird to think about. Don't worry, the Shattered Hand will make sure the festivities aren't interrupted. Oh, that's the spies. Yeah, we know about the spies. I never belonged to a clan. Being half-blooded used to mark you as an outcast. She looks around and sees the Mock Nathal and Len Tresser. How times have changed. Perhaps I'll take Thega up on her offer.
We will finish this.
It is possible Garona actually will live, like, forever. Like, she has an immortality because of her lineage. It's hard to even call that lineage, but yeah. Also, I love how the kids have their own little section over here for just the kids. Gotta have your kids' tables. That makes sense. The kids want to play and eat with the other kids. Real quick, for those of you not aware, in Guild Wars 2, the main character is referred to as the Commander. That's consistent across pretty much all of Guild Wars 2, because we are the commander of a joint task force. Now, the exact dynamic we have politically changes over time, but we're always kind of the commander, because we don't really deal with a lot of things in peacetime, but anytime something rears its head, we're right there at the forefront of dealing with it. And what tends to happen is we'll go to an area, they will recognize us, and pretty much immediately defer to us because, and this is important, we're the commander. If we're in an area dealing with something, it's probably something real. It's actually a nice way to do things, because what it means is in lore, in our off time, we're probably off just, doing our own thing, but anytime we're actively playing the game, we're dealing with the latest crisis. For those of you not aware, Guild Wars 2 also actually keeps an in-game timeline. Like, you can pull up your quest log and say, this quest happens on this year, this quest happens in this year, etc., etc. It's a good way to balance the whole thing out. Okay, we gotta check behind the building. Of course we do. Aw, the flower's still there. See? We need to get you out of that hospital, Zektat. Whenever you're ready for it, of course. There's no rush. Yeah, the PC becomes the commander in vanilla.
Interested in some fine goods?
Yes, the peons deserve a break.
Fine crafts take practice.
One of the party members. Why are you fighting me? Are you stupid? One of the, Bootstorm! Bootstorm. Yeah, that's good. Damn. One of the party members makes an actual fortune running through an area we hadn't been through yet, an area that didn't know us, and betting against us. Literally just going around making constant bets saying, so, do you think the hero, you know, the champion, the commander, will be able to deal with this huge problem? And everyone's like, no, of course not. And so he bets against us, or excuse me, he bets for us constantly. He gets so rich, he can buy his own airship and set up his own, like, luxury, oh god, what do you call it? Like, club. High-scale, high-fancy club with the proceeds he won from that. The Dragon Maw have met many... I'm gonna these.
Speak, friend.
Straight. There. There.
Farewell.
I wish Duras were here to see this. Well, I wonder if he would have avoided his former clan. Least I can do is inform them of his passing.
Go forth to victory.
Oh, I like that idea, Lieutenant.
What do you ask of me?
Ah, the Orc of the Hour, Thrumcaw, Farseer. Spirits tell me you're certain to succeed in your Amgara today. I know they speak true, for you've proven your might to the Earthen Ring time and time again.
I will fight to my last breath.
It's good to see Agrelon join the rank of the Farseer. She's more than proven herself. I look forward to seeing young Durak's growth as a shaman. He comes from powerful stock, that one.
Farewell.
Yep, as a shaman. Nothing else.
Loktar. Strength.
Go forth to victory.
So Deadeye just said, and that's why I plan to unify our clan once more.
Speak. For the
Does that mean
Horde.
you're moving your clan to Azeroth? Yes, it's clear the future of the Orcs is here. Settle down. Oh my god, I just killed that warlock. Nobody pay attention to that.
Throw home.
I appreciate Deadeye wants to bring the clan back together, but I hope that doesn't mean he expects us to spend more time here. Why do people look at this red all the time? It hurts my eyes. It's a reason I never volunteered for missions in Hellfire.
Be safe.
Greetings.
My clan was from the Bleeding Hollow. I have many stories of their conquests in Cosmodon during the Second War. It's an honor to finally meet the son of Kilrog and those of my clan who remained in Draenor. An honor I owe to your efforts.
Strength and honor. Farewell.
Oh hey, Rexar and Leorox are at the same table. You look strong. You've kept up with your training. Yes, you as well. ... And they both drink.
Sub, go with honor.
Come to check on us? Well, my father's decided he's speaking to me. It's a start.
Good hunting.
I'm gonna pet the cat here, obviously. I'm gonna pet Misha. Misha's eaten half the table so far. How are we doing over here at the Blackrock table? How you doing, Ariok? Come on, fight me, big guy. Can't you see we're trying to have a conversation? Yeah, I don't care. Fight me. As you wish. Did he survive the landing? No, there he is. He's right there. As I was saying.
Hail, friend.
Sarfang had a message for you, Eitrigg.
Ha! Only in death would he admit it. Oh, I miss him. What do you need?
I'll admit having a good time. Nothing like a good brawl to get the blood pumping. I'll make sure these grunts don't get too far to line, but keep your eyes peeled for flying tankards.
For the Horde. What do you need? Strength. Magraw. May your blades never dull.
Sorry, I like how the warlock table is just booze. And a pig. But mostly booze.
State your business.
They say that these two say they're members of the Burning Blade, but they're loyal to Thrall and the New Horde. And they're not Blade Masters, but warlocks. Perhaps I've spent too much time in the company of ogres, but I don't feel the need to cut them down. They may be the closest thing to kin I have left. Stop dying!
No.
Stop dying! Stop it.
Blood and thunder.
Okay, here's our shattered hands. Unsurprisingly, Thrall and his family have their own table up here.
Speak your mind.
Eitrig's faith in you is not misplaced. You've demonstrated to all what a successful Umgara should be. And it appears you've also made fans of both of my children. They'll surely want to follow the path of the shaman after your performance. What if you're a warlock?
May the spirits watch over you.
She seems to warm up to you. She's still blushing and looks at you. Thanks for being nice to Durak. You're really nice.
Why have you come?
Hey, Eindanukes, I want to say you did great with the Umgara. I was worried about my chances when it's my turn, but you've shown me what it takes. I can't wait till I'm old enough to do this myself. So, thanks for showing me the way.
Let's talk again soon.
Drumcar.
Sarfang has a message for you.
Let on. Sarfang. What was his message? I am glad you did too, old friend.
I think that's everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and have some roast boar. And some brew. Okay, not much more brew. I don't want the drunk effect. Grab some drumsticks, some crawfish tails, some grilled talbot steak. Blackrock coffee. Oh, hell yeah. There we go. Sober up. Some ribs, some drumsticks, some steak, some chimeric chops. What? Okay, I'm going to have to eat a lot if this is good. Holy crap. Yeah, the coffee literally sobered me, for those of you who missed it. Expectations, Active? None. Kidding me? It'd be nice if we got some pluses to story for her, but other than that, Andromeda's dead on the vine at this point. They're not going to touch it again. Oh! Hey, Nazgrim. It's good to be among Warsong again. I was not sure I'd be welcome amongst the living. Of course, General. As far as I'm concerned, you died with honor, and continue to serve with honor in undeath. Past is the past. The orcs must move on and keep striving together.
I am waiting.
It seems my brothers and sisters of the Warsong still acknowledge me as an orc of honor and skill. They do not hold against me I defended the war chief to my death, or that I am now this. What's left of my cold, unbeating heart is warmed. Perhaps I don't need to be so distant to the living. Or perhaps they're just being polite.
Death was mere
Nazgrim. Look, I'm sorry. Death Knights have been around since Wrath. We're probably a little bit used to you at this point.
Greetings. Go forth to victory.
Yeah, the Death Knights are finally, no really, free. Ignore the jailer for a second. There is no Lich King. There is no Helm of Domination.
We will succeed.
Okay, nothing to do with Shokia here.
Make the war chief proud.
I was just curious.
Speak, friend. Go forth to victory.
Oh, it's a Warlock time to die. Warlock, yeah. Okay. It's funny how hard it is to not kill Warlocks. It takes so much effort. Oh, another one. Die. Oh, sorry. Okay, we're done. We did it. We successfully only killed a couple people. You pass me the salt. I'll pass you the salt. Sorry.
Loktar.
I think it's time we draw this to a close. There is such a thing as partying too hard.
Together, we are
The Kosharg has been a great success, in no small part thanks to you. All that's left is for Agra to perform the ceremony to bring the festival to an official close. I wish to speak to the crowd before we disperse again, on some things long overdue.
For Azeroth. Thank you all for honoring us with your presence here. When our people came to Azeroth from Draenor, ours was not an easy road. And along the way, many of our ancient traditions were lost. But the time has come to remember the rites of old, and to build new traditions that honor our proud legacy. This champion is the first to complete the new rite of Amgora. Let their footsteps be followed for generations to come. Loktar.
And so, we bring the first Kosharg of Azeroth to an end. May the honored ancestors watch over us all until next we meet.
Yeah, I caught that. Not Loktar Ogar, just Loktar. And yeah, I saw, I can't remember her name, Gorgona's sister.
What do you need?
She doesn't even name her. Whatever.
Farewell.
Yes?
A new age has dawned for our people, Eindonooks. Krenna. Conqueror Krenna. I never could have imagined bringing you in on my old fool's crusade would have led to this moment. We've had this armor specially made for you. And we have a toy.
Goodbye.
Ook. Ah, 3 color variants. Alright, hold on. Oh, I didn't use it yet. Clan banner. And it actually is the Dragon Maw clan. That's cool. I'm with it. Let's look at our outfit, shall we? That was a great quest, by the way. Let me just get that out of the way. I almost wonder if they brought the lip flaps back as like a Warcraft 3. Because that looked awfully Warcraft 3-ish. And we know they don't have to, right? Like, we know they can... They have more than enough tech to do really, really good lip syncing nowadays. So, oh my gosh. Okay, so there's our classic red. Is that Blackrock? It looks Blackrock. There's like a steel blue kind of a look. And then there's this might be Blackrock because that's just straight up black. I'm not a huge fan of the helmet, but I like everything else. Like, that is classic Warcraft or 2 Orc right there. Red and green. With spikes. I love those gauntlets. Hang on, I gotta decide on a color. I think I'm gonna go with black. Let's get rid of the helmet.
Beware of Yeti.
Let's see this sucker up close. That is a weirdly large amount of detail. Look at that. Like, even down to the spikes having a little bit of texturing on them. Do you see that? And yeah, we've got a fur kilt thing going on. I love the chains on leather straps as cloak. Not fit Sectaft, I agree completely. That does certainly suit Korra. I'm not sure if I'm being honest. I don't think I would use this for this character. Not without a little bit of tinkering. But this is still exceptionally well done.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
Look, we've got to have Duratan's crotch. It's very important. There we go. Color isn't quite right, but I don't want to spend too much time here. Hang on. Let me just save that. Hiding shoulders. Going back to chest for a second. Oh, I see what you mean by the fur. That's interesting. It's a shame that's the chest piece, because that's the part I like the least so far. But that fur, that's a nice touch. Wonder if a shirt would fix that. But of course we gotta have the wolf helm, although I'm not sure. That's gonna be way back here, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Boop. There we go. There we go. Behold! Also, I don't think I have the one from America Soul. In fact, I'm almost positive I don't. Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. It's right there. I've even got 2 of them.
May your feet find good trails.
I think I like that, though. At least for right now. Of course, wielding Doomhammer. End of claim. That was a weirdly good quest. I'm going to say it that way, because that was a weirdly good quest.
Let honor guide your path.
There it is. I actually don't have it. I guess we know where Eindenux is going to be chilling for the rest of his career. On this rock right here. But, you know, there's this monk. Hold a piece of paper slipped into your hand. When you turn to look who gave it to you, there is nobody there. Zynjan, there is an urgent mission that requires a seasoned hero of Stormwind such as yourself. Quickly, meet me behind Stormwind Keep. Tell no one. There's a Defias here? Okay. Also, I love this Defias rope thing here.
We fight in the shadows. Look to the shadows.
This is a top-secret mission, Zynjan. We've had a break-in. A powerful historical artifact was stolen from the keep. And it looks like the Defias is to blame? We caught one thief, but the other got away. I don't like it. My gut tells me there's something more. I've called in a specialist on the Brotherhood. Meet us at the basement of the Lion's Pride. Sure.
Sleep with one eye open. This was a very bold move by the Defias Brotherhood, especially since they've been relatively quiet since the last attack of the Legion. The artifact they stole, I shudder to think what they intend with it. We must move quickly.
Look, I'm gonna be real. The Defias probably should barely exist as a people right now, so yeah. I think we decided my human was actually an exile from Lordaeron, but eh. Into the mouth of hell we stride.
Over here, champion. Let me know when you're ready to speak to our informant.
I'm ready to speak to our informant.
The job's not done yet. I apologize if this is a bit of a surprise to you. To most, she was last known to have fallen in the Dead Mines.
But I'm not quite so easy to kill. Wonderful to see you again, so-called hero.
What do the rogues say here?
I'm just having some fun, of course.
No, seriously, what does the rogue say here?
Last invasion, Vanessa was a member of a secretive order that aided in the defense of our world. Since then, the Defias have been quiet.
Hang on.
So then, Vanessa, why did your Defias steal the Drake Fire Amulet from Stormwind Keep?
The what? If you're going to pin something on me, you have to do better than stringing some random words together.
I thought I saw you glance in my direction.
My few interactions with Vanessa told me she isn't interested in the banditry of the old Defias. To her, the Brotherhood meant supporting the downtrodden, those that Stormwind had left behind. That I can respect. But most of her Brotherhood continues to engage in thievery from innocent travelers. That's not revolution, that's highway robbery. She insists she tries to stop them.
Look to the shadows.
And for this, I trust her word. I do not believe she knows what the Drakefire Amulet is. Some of the story about Onyxia was made public, but not all. Perhaps even you don't know. No, I was frickin' there.
The job's not done yet. Sleep with one eye open. A few years after the Third War, Marshal Reginald Windsor suspected there was evil in Stormwind. Where others saw chaos, he saw treachery in the corrupt dealings of the nobles and the rise of the Defias Brotherhood. Through perseverance, he discovered a grand conspiracy.
And with our help.
Leading to the hallowed halls of Stormwind Keep itself.
Hi, Anduin.
That day, he confronted the most powerful noble in Stormwind, Lady Katrana Prestor. With her lies exposed, she burst forth, revealing her true form, Onyxia, daughter of Deathwing.
Back when a dragon was a big deal.
Windsor laid down his life to free Stormwind, shattering Onyxia's hold on the city. After she fled, we discovered the cursed amulet she had used to control and persuade so many. Concerns arose that Onyxia's power may still linger within, and so it was locked away and forgotten. Until now.
I'll give you this. That's a really quick and efficient summary of the Onyxia story. And frankly, a bit better than the actual Onyxia story from Vanilla.
Words are petty.
Who are you? What am I to you but another boss of another evil organization that needs to be put down? Never mind my purpose. Never mind my people. I wanted to help them. The Westfall Sentinels who sent you would merely preserve the status quo. It doesn't matter now. I made so many mistakes. I can't say I didn't deserve it. Then the Legion invaded. Everything had changed. I've seen men do terrible things to one another. I've seen my people starve. I've seen my father killed. I've seen my own revolution fall apart at my feet. The torture and pain the Legion sought to bring to our world, that was something else entirely. I saw many people die those days. You can't come back from that the same person. Yeah, actually, the Legion is and always will be on another level. That's kind of what makes them the Legion. That's why everyone almost universally is like, okay, hold up. Everything else gets put on pause for a minute. Hang on. Unless you're Gen, in which case you're an idiot. Or Bandit Admiral What's-Her-Face. The Spy Master for the Crown has some principle, I'll give him that. The fact that he still hasn't arrested me means he can keep his word, at least. We have a arrangement. I keep the Defias on a short leash. He doesn't go after us. Luckily for him, I'm not interested in leading my brotherhood to murder and robbery anymore. Only the bulk of the Defias felt the same. It's getting harder and harder to keep them from hurting innocent people. The Defias are vigilantes, fighting for the people of Westfall when no one else will. At least we should be. Many would call us bandits. In my father's time, I have to admit it's true. His righteousness quickly turned to vengeance and greed. But that doesn't mean his anger wasn't justified. As long as there's suffering in Westfall, there will always be Defias. I tried to lead them to be a force for revolution and good. Now they're a little bit too used to the life of a bandit. We all have our own versions of the past, don't we? I don't care if some dragon lady had a magic amulet. It wasn't complete mind control. The nobles already hated the common people. The Stonemasons Guild would never have needed to turn to banditry and become the Defias if not for them.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Whatever's going on, I don't like it. The last thing we need is this dragon lady's power corrupting everyone again. Whoever did this must have known much about Onyxia. Shaw mentioned this, Reginald Windsor. He was the only one to suspect Lady Prestor. Well, maybe his friends in the Burning Steppes have more info. She must have had allies. Anything that could point us close to people to her. Check it out, will you?
Right away.
Vanessa, we must consider the possibility that there is something going on in your Defias that you don't know about.
It's true, I haven't been home in a while. It's possible they are restless.
Onyxia's power to manipulate still lies in that amulet. Who knows the damage it could cause? A riot? A civil war?
Got it. Let's bomb civilians. Oh yeah, check out that vanilla skybox. Ah yeah, look at that. Oh. Negative to story. Alright, moving on. It's so bad. It's so bad. You never feel how slow dragon riding is outside of the Dragon Isles until you're actually here. I mean, I can literally look at the meter down there and see that I'm going about 40 miles an hour slower than I should be, but God, it feels so much slower. Hey, Ross. Quit being sick. Okay, there we go. Dealt with it. We're good. I am sorry that you're sick.
What's on your mind?
So, hey, the Drakefire amulet's been stolen. Did Windsor have any other information on it, or Onyxia? Although, what? You drunk? It don't make a lick of sense. Windsor. Reginald Windsor. It was only like 14 years ago now. Windsor, oh, what a fine fellow. Gone to the dirt now. Took all dragon to finally take him down, I heard. Got it all in his head that some fine noble lady was actually a dragon. Then he was. Windsor always was something special. Yes, yes, he was. Please tell me if you knew anything else about that dragon and her stuff. Her stuff? I don't know about her stuff. I did gather together what I could find of Windsor's stuff, though. Thought maybe his family would want it, or maybe Stormwind would put in a memorial, but I found out his family's all dead. I didn't hear nothing from Stormwind. Merchant came by and said it was old Bolvar who did all the work of revealing Onyxia. Right. So, where did you put them? Skip this conversation. Hey, no, I wasn't done yet. Here's a skip option. Firstly, some folks came through and see it was Mr. Fordragon. Then, someone comes along and says it was some champion I never even heard of. And then, someone tried to tell me his old Varian, rest his soul, was confronting Onyxia. Now look here. I got nothing against old man Rain, and his son seemed fine enough too, but I ain't heard a peep about my old pal Windsor. He didn't get an ounce of credit. Now, that just ain't right. I'm not letting his memory get taken advantage of again. I shouldn't have left him with those orcs in the first place. Maybe he'd never have died going after the dragon. Oh. Will you get him one of those fancy memorials in Stormwind, like Old Man Rain's got? Like all the heroes get? Because he was a hero. Yeah, dude. Okay. What do you want again? His stuff. Thing is, I don't exactly have it on me at the moment. What do you mean? Well, see here. Windsor spent a lot of time at Blackrock. That's a long way. A few weeks ago, when I finally was bringing my stuff back here, I was attacked by a giant wolf. Now, before you say anything, understand this is the biggest, giantest wolf I ever did see. Its eyes were the size of my whole body. Its claws were like something really big like. Trust me, it ain't no wolf you want to mess with. So I ran. I might have lost Windsor's stuff on the way. The wolf probably grabbed the pack and ran back to its den. It's probably long gone now. It's just a chew toy.
Very good. Off with you.
Okay. I can roll with that. These are very large wool. I mean, I guess technically they are large. They're, you know, size of a horse. But, you know. Oh, I have no weapons equipped. Why can't I use my abilities? Oh, right. I was showing off transmog, which means taking off my weapons. God, I hope not, Kennex Cow. Now, if you excuse me, the only thing I can think of to do to prevent that from becoming a meme is bombing civilians!
Interest you on a pint?
Drink always seems to be empty. Why is my drink always empty?
Watch your back. Off with you.
He blinks blearily up at you. So you took down the old water, did you? Why is you the biggest, strongest human I've seen since Windsor? Well, what are you doing here? Go take what you found, whoever sent you here in the first place.
Watch your back.
I'm gonna summon some demons. No, that's it. That's how we summon demons, is by bombing civilians. That actually makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, take in that skybox. Oh, you can taste every pixel. All 5 of them. Is this really to go to? Wow. Probably not, Xavier. Oh yeah. God. Widespread demon summoning via smartphones. Interesting. Oh yeah, fun fact. Did you know that the I didn't even mean to do this. Do you know that that interior doesn't actually exist in the overworld mesh? It's technically another zone. They're very clever in how they load it. Like, really clever. Subzones, it's kind of bonkers, the little magicry that goes into it. It also got an overhaul back during Cataclysm, which makes it even more smooth. So technically, we're actually in... Alright, who killed my bot? Technically, we're in another subzone right now, which is attached to the master zone of Elwyn, but still, just interesting to think about.
The job's not done yet.
Ragged John's still around, is he? Been a while since I sent some agents to check up on him. He's a good man under it all. Let's see, Clessington?
Sleep with one eye open. Look to the shadows.
Excellent. Finally someone we can work with. Count Clessington is a member of the House of Nobles! Really? He has fallen on hard times since Anduin cracked down on corruption. Good on you, Anduin. I'm not to put it past him to have something to do with this. He recently purchased an old manor in Duskwood. Okay.
The job's not done yet.
Oh, goodness. Could it be that there's a corrupt noble causing trouble in Stormwind? What a surprise.
The House of Nobles has seen great strides in rooting out corruption since Anduin's reign. I've overseen much of it myself, Vanessa.
Well, clearly it wasn't enough.
The Defias chain always pissed me off back in vanilla, honestly. You know why. Like, the Defias were barely in the wrong back in the day. Obviously, it was one of those they go too far and they have to be stopped, but, like... Unlike the Dragonkin and the Draconid, they had a very valid complaint. So, first of all, hi Jetstream. Second of all, any run we cover is something that is funded by you all. You guys show interest in something, and that makes something happen. I have a bunch of mechanisms to show interest. I'm not going to bore you with the details. The point being, that heretics will burn. The point being, there hasn't been a particularly large amount of interest in FF7R1 or FF7R2 yet. And with FF7R3 not out yet, I'm not super in a hurry. Having said that, we will cover it someday, right? It's just, there's no ETA. Yeah, it's worth noting that Onyxia was actively going out of her way to make the whole situation worse. For those of you who don't remember, Onyxia was also backing the Defias. So she was pushing the rebels in addition to the nobles. A lot of people tend to forget just how much influence Onyxia had back in the day. Like, for example, most of what was happening in Duskwood was her fault. Most of what was happening in Lakeshire was her fault. Most of what was happening in Westfall was her fault. Most of what was happening in Stranglethorn Vale was her fault. I'm not even joking. All of this was connected to her and the changes and orders she was giving during Vanilla. It was a huge story arc. It was one of the biggest story arcs back in Vanilla. One of the only story arcs back in Vanilla, but it's still true.
What was my father thinking? This place is a disaster. We'll never turn a profit.
Aye?
What can I do?
What do you know about the Drakefire amulet?
I will be here.
That's none of your business.
Attendant, stop! What are you doing?
We answer to your father, not you.
Curses! I knew something wasn't right. Let's get out of here, stranger.
Yeah, let me murder your attendants first. Well, it was a little bit better written with Onyxia. Like, unlike the jailer's plan being connected to everything all the time, ever, forever.
Thanks for doing all the work, champion. I figured you wouldn't want me in your way. Now, who is this?
I am Cecilia Primrose Clessington II, at your service. Now, what has happened with the Drakefire amulet?
Thank you for being part of the show, Ross. Do you know what you'd like to put that towards? Not to defend vanilla storytelling, because y'all know I hate vanilla storytelling. But it was better than the Jailer in every way. It really was. The idea was, rather than being like, "Mwahaha, I will manipulate everything perfectly towards my infinite scheme 10 billion years from now," it was more like she was just screwing with everything. For example, I mentioned the Lakeshire thing, right? Well, the thing she was behind here was she took the military forces from here and sent them down into Stranglethorn, which was always a dumb idea. So, Redridge was missing its military when it needed it because there were Blackrock orcs coming down from Burning Steps, and Stranglethorn, the military down here, was falling apart because it was a freaking jungle that was controlled by the trolls. This is back when the Gurubashi were still doing alright. And yeah, kidnapping the king and inciting the workers to fight against her and all that stuff. Like, I say she was behind everything. It was more like she was making big, sweeping changes, which caused a lot of little issues, which we then ran around and dealt with as the player characters. Ugh. Now, check this out. I know several people who never even connected the dots there, because they were portrayed in a weird way. You'd start at Elwyn. You'd start at Elwyn. It's like, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. You're doing stuff in Elwyn. And then you go to Westfall, then you go to Lakeshire, then you go to Duskwood, then you go to Stranglethorn. And then you do other things for probably about a month or 2 or 3 of real time. Then you'd go to the Burning Steps, at which point the story arc would continue, finally, and you'd do the Onyxia chain. Fire Emblem, 3 houses, Lufia, 2R, and Metaphor. You got it.
What can I do for you?
I want to help.
My family was once a large and prominent in the House of Nobles. Now, with war after war, it's just me and my father left, and my father's a bit old-fashioned. He won't accept that our house just isn't what it used to be. That led to some questionable decisions, trying to restore us to power, and then King Anduin cracked down on the house, and, well, things have never been worse for us. I try not to care about all that. I'm just going to keep a roof over our heads. Doesn't matter to me if it's gilded. Yeah, so about the amulet.
Watch yourself. I should have known. My father just sent me here to get me out of his way. He's been raving about the Drakefire amulet and restoring our family's glory for years. I try to reason with him, but he doesn't listen. Sometimes his obsession scares me. If the amulet has been stolen, I'm certain it was his doing. And I'd wager he took it to Moonbrook, where he's been off doing business.
Of course it's Moonbrook. That's a deep cut, too, because Moonbrook has been in the game since Warcraft 1. It is one of the very, very, very few locations that has been there since the very beginning. So yeah, there's your deep cut.
Yes?
You have my deepest apologies, friend, for the behavior of my attendants, though I suppose they were never mine, they're my father's. Likely sent with me to keep me out of the way while he does something terrible. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this. I'm so sorry. Please, let me help you stop him.
For Stormwind.
Less talk, more action. I will have my revenge
Moonbrook?
someday.
What is this Count Clessington doing at my home? It can't be anything good. I'll signal Shaw. She might make for a good hostage. Let's bring the rich girl, too.
Did you just call me a hostage? Wait, aren't you...
Vanessa Van Cleef, leader of the Defias Brotherhood, at your service.
Oh dear.
Nice horse, Jesus. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it.
Do you see them? There's more of these agents from Clesington skulking about.
I had no idea he brought on so many.
This isn't right. Where is everyone? Where is my brotherhood?
For the curious, here's the locations from Warcraft 1 that we've retained to this day. Swamp of Sorrows, Black Morass, Blackrock Spire, Stonard, Elwyn Forest, Dead Mines, Moonbrook, Goldshire, Northshire Abbey. That's actually it. These 9 locations are the only ones from the very beginning that are still around. Everything else is either new or different or changed. For example, we don't have Stonewind Keep anymore. Or the Grand Hamlet. Or Rockard.
Look to the shadows. Vanessa, I've been wanting to tell you. I knew your father. Long, long ago, as children. We were friends, even.
I know. He spoke of you. You didn't join his cause, so he hated you.
Edwin was always a fierce man. But he wasn't always such an angry man. He could be kind, and often remarkably generous. I hope, in the time that you had with him, that kindness still shone through.
Growing up, I always thought if I was just good enough, just strong enough, I could earn that kindness. When he was killed, when you ordered him killed, I lost the chance to ever see that side of him. To prove myself to him.
It is never up to a child to earn their parents' kindness. You don't have anything to prove to anyone, Vanessa.
I'm kind of with Shaw on that one. And yeah, for those who don't remember, Shaw actually gave the quest to kill Van Cleef back in Vanilla.
Sleep with one eye open.
Why is it so empty?
Nothing will
It's been
stand
a
in
while
my
since I've been
way.
home. Something isn't right. My people should be here. I'm going in, but I won't turn down some backup. Never should have left for so long.
I will have my revenge someday.
These attendants of my father attacked us the moment we arrived. They're certainly not the kindly servants I had as a child. These are hired killers. If my father's planning what I think he's planning, we can't let him do this. They'll kill everyone in their way. If it's kill or be killed...
Be safe.
It's time to kill Talmarid. No, sorry. Alright, jotting down some notes.
Ah, the smell of straw and cow dung. This place brings back a lot of memories.
You know, I've heard some people are actually nostalgic for that smell.
For you too, huh? But then again, have you ever seen this place through the eyes of a Defias?
I mean, technically, one of the times when I punched one of the Defias so hard his skull went flying off of his head, I was able to see through his eyes for a few seconds. Does that count? I think that counts. I'm being facetious. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Defias were in the wrong, but they had a much more valid cause, and it never felt good taking down the Defias the way we did. This worked out the way fiction usually does. You know what I mean, right? Person A does wrong. Person B reacts to person A doing wrong. Person C is told to put down person B. Person A gets away with it scot-clean. It's not like the Defias were all puppies and rainbows, but God, we just came down on them like a ton of bricks. You know? I'm gonna be honest, if I had known that this was this quest, I might have made this character my rogue instead of my monk. But I didn't know. Remember, I didn't know anything about the Heritage Quest. I kind of walked into these deliberately blind. My fault, I guess.
When my father led the Brotherhood, he followed a path of banditry and vengeance. I lead them in order to overthrow a corrupt government that abandoned us. At least I thought I did. But I followed the same path. I let the people of Westfall down.
I mean, the Defias Mass...
During the Legion invasion, we fought for something greater. The old king died, and it became hard to carry on old grudges.
Math, Spartan. I needed a spread of characters, excuse me, I needed a spread of classes and a spread of races to make sure I unlocked all the Heritage Quests and showed off each class at least once. In fact, every class is actually showed off twice if you've been paying attention across this whole series. In some cases, 3 times, because there's not enough classes to accommodate every single race.
Anduin offered pardons and reparations for former stonemasons and their families. I lost almost all of my best people that day.
Really? Good on you, Anduin. Straight up reparations. And pardons. Damn. Although you notice that only targeted the Masons, which means only the original members of the Defias. They recruited plenty of people after that. Still.
The ones that remained in the Defias were the rowdy ones, the angry ones, the ones that enjoyed robbing anything in sight.
Yeah. Oh yeah, did you catch that? And their families. Yeah, no, the ones who were left were bandits. Yeah. Funny how that works.
I think we took a wrong turn. I've always hated what a maze this place is.
What? No, this is right. Oh no, it isn't right. Holy crap. I actually did turn the wrong way. Holy crap. Yeah, Anduin did completely the right thing by a lot of people and arguably made the Defias worse by making them, well, you know. Here we go, sorry.
I'm so angry. I'll never forget my father's death. But in my own attempt at revolution, I hurt the people of Westfall. Like Stormwind did. Like Onyxia did.
Duncan Ratsbane? Really? There's Count Clessington.
No reparation is enough. The stonemasons deserve every coin in every coffer of Stormwind City. Clessington will lead us there.
Duncan! You weren't even a stonemason. You joined to be a thief.
So, you finally show yourself, Van Cleef. And with the Stormwind dog in tow. See, Defias? See how she will make us all lapdogs of Stormwind.
we muster in Northshire. Join us, and we march on Stormwind. For the Defias!
The amulet!
Okay. There's a comic, a Star Wars comic. It's the wedding of Mara Jade and Luke Skywalker, right? During that comic, there's this ex-Imperial who's like all upset, like, I will have my revenge, and I'll do this big, horrible terrorist attack to get my revenge. And Luke and Mara talk him down, and it's this nice, wonderful moment. And then the camera, metaphorically, because it's a comic, backs up over to someone else. I forget who. And they're like, so that thing he was about to do, was that possible? And the response is, no. We dealt with that years ago. Oh, okay. And I just got that same vibe. It's like, yes, and we will attack Stormwind with like 20 bandits. Yes, victory. Really?
Less talk, more action.
I should have known. I lost control of the Brotherhood the moment those pardons were offered. Anyone with principles, gone. There's only brutes left now, and Duncan Ratsman was always the biggest brute of them all. Let's get out of here. If any of these fools try to get in our way, let's teach them a lesson about standing in the way of a Van Cleef.
Right away.
You're slow and I want to get out of here. Take this elixir. Let's go.
I'm not slow. So what's this elixir do? Oh, okay. Telling me. Alchemy. We should, I mean... Uh-huh. No, I've been noticing the buffs. It is funny to me because, you know, we've got 3 rogue archetypes, and the closest... We kind of do have an alchemist. Assassin is basically an alchemist. Although, Assassin being converted into a full support spec sounds pretty interesting. I could see that. They would probably not do that. They'd probably make Shadow the support class. Even though Shadow is just better. Come on. Yeah, I like subtlety the way it is, thanks.
The Brotherhood has turned against me. Clessington and Duncan Ratsman lead them to attack Northshire, and then Stormwind itself.
Northshire? They'll wipe out the new recruits posted there.
Yeah, Northshire, by the way. Where it all began for a lot of us.
I am ready for Stormwind.
Feels odd, and yet this feels a long time in coming. Since fighting the Legion, I felt distant from the Brotherhood. More aid started to trickle into Westfall, and will never be enough. The spark of revolution dimmed, or maybe I'm just getting older. Still, I once thought of myself as someone who stood up for the people. I made mistakes, I hurt them, but who else do they have? I need to do better, not for the Defias, but for Westfall.
I will have my revenge someday.
Look to the shadow.
Vanessa's care for her people deserves better than the Brotherhood of Bandits. I'm glad to see them part ways. As a spy master, I'm also in no small part relieved. Now, Northshire, peasants can become heroes there. Perhaps your journey began in that abbey. It actually did. On this character, anyways. It's also a strong, defensible position to attack Stormwind from.
Sleep with one eye open.
I may not be of much help, but I still wish to accompany you to Northshire and stop my father.
Wait! Vanessa, we're with you. We didn't join the Defias to steal from innocents.
Holy crap.
The Brotherhood wants to follow Duncan down the path of banditry for banditry's sake. We don't want any part of it.
We've always walked a fine line. Thank you all. Go home to your families. This isn't your fight anymore. We will never let Stormwind abandon and abuse Westfall again. But this is not the way to do it.
Thank you, Hope.
It's been a long time since I've gone by that name.
How did nobody like this quest? Sorry. I understand that some people are wrong! Recently, I was told that War Within is a terrible story. Okay, let me pull up that exact quote, because that was funny. Let's see here. Exact quote. I wouldn't say that Blizzard's been back since Dragonflight. The story in 11.0 made me want to rip my hair out. So cringe and awful in every sense. You're just catering to the main cast. You don't matter. You just do their chores. Wow, you know, that sounds a lot like the complaints about Dawntrail when I say that out loud. Huh.
Is that Van Cleave? Guards!
Hold, Marshal. She's on our side, for now.
I love how Shaw just doesn't raise his voice. So yeah, remember Marshal McBride? No, of course you don't.
I want to help.
I'm sorry there isn't much I can do to fight or even heal. My father's a respected mage and tried to teach me, but I was always more interested in books and making sure our accounts were in order. You're an accountant? I already like her. Marry me. I regret that now. I may not be able to cast spells or wield a greatsword, but if any of these attackers get to me, I'll give them the best wallop I've got.
Be safe.
What can I do for you?
By the light, Zynjin! Is it really you? Look at you! Look how far you've come. You must be the greatest hero in all of Stormwind. Well, he wipes a proud tear from his eye. I'm happy I get to brag I had any part in your training and recruitment. Keep on making Stormwind proud, hero.
Or the Alliance.
It's Shaw. Matthias Shaw.
We're too late. Clessington has holed himself up in the Abbey and is spreading the chaotic influence of the amulet all over Northshire. I don't think most of the people here know the difference between friend and foe anymore. This man seems like the type to have a backup plan. Those agents must have a way past his barrier. Take them out and look for anything useful.
The job's not done yet.
Good to see you again. Wish we were under better circumstances. Whatever this influence is, anybody with half a grudge now thinks it's worth spilling blood over. Not to mention all the Defias bandits and hired thugs. At this rate, more soldiers from Stormwind will create only more confusion. From what I've seen, you can knock the sense back to these people. If they keep fighting you after their eyes are cleared, do what you must.
Go with honor.
We saw Clessington use the amulet in Moonbrook. Its pull was like hunger. For chaos and power.
My
yeah,
father
old god
used it
magic.
to spark an insurrection and bring down his political rivals.
He's spoken of this plan for years, but I never thought he would actually go through with it.
Even if we know he was behind it all, could he use the amulet to make us forget? To make us think he was in the right? He must be stopped.
I'm giving a plus just for McBride's line. I don't even care. I don't even care. Oh my gosh, Uthor. And yeah, I love that comment as Miristar. This is old money using old magic, old god magic. Not great. Forget fighting wars you didn't start. Take what should be yours. Everything. Yeah, we have a word for that. I mean, the nobles of Stormwind have always been, let's call it what it is, nobles. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Millie's helping us out here. Probably Pillars of Snow. They wanted Razageth to show up and be like, I will destroy the entire world! Come to your senses, young man, before I kill you. Please, I actually do not want to kill you. There we go, okay. Why should you have to fight so hard for your coin? And dead. Yeah, Dementia shows up. Pitiful mortals. And then he grabs the player character and tosses them aside. And we start playing as PC2. Yeah, they're confusing the lobies. Did you catch that? Nope, nope, nope. Okay. Oh yeah, Blizzard used to use a whole lot of stock sound effects. It's always weird kind of going back through certain games, because I'll hear repeats everywhere. Why? The fact that we didn't have Razageth showing up being stupid? Yeah, the default bear sound. You know the default bear sound. You've heard it 100 times in a dozen games. This kingdom is corrupt. It must burn. Kingdoms will burn. Look, I was really worried, Ross. Completely pointlessly, as it turns out, but I was worried. Down with, everything. I mentioned this before, but as much as the idea of Tauren going wacko is interesting, I think they shouldn't do that. I really do. And yeah, as a reminder, while Anduin has certainly done some good stuff, Tauren is king right now. Has been. For 5 years.
Greetings.
We'll take everyone we can heal. We'll take everyone we can and heal them up, even if we have to tie them down. I'm sure if that magic doesn't have any lasting effect.
Light bless you.
What needs done?
A simple ring made up of intertwining metal with a small stone set, oddly enough, on the inside.
Sleep with one eye open.
Yeah, Tauren has literally been king for longer than Anduin has. Think about that for a second. He's almost been king for longer than Varian has. Not quite, but still. That's a good question, Czar. Nobody answers Czar's question. Because as of this moment, we don't know where Anduin is.
Look to the shadows.
I am ready.
I'm no great mage like my father, but I know a few tricks. I saw those signets you got off the Enforcers. My father's private chambers were locked by a similar magical trinket, which can be broken apart into pieces.
Watch yourself.
So let's
With
go.
your help, friend, I think we can take down that barrier.
Slow down, rich girl. You'll get yourself killed.
I mean, Tauren's arc is right there on Illyria, but the problem is, you can actually take that arc in one of two directions. And they're pretty much the opposite of each other, so we'll see. That gun hasn't fired yet.
Father, enough! Is your lust for power really worth all this pain?
Cecilia, you've never understood. Onyxia promised our family power. We deserve to rule. I've waited long enough. The kingdom will be mine. Feel the power of Onyxia.
Uh-oh. Yeah. That took a second for me to process why that was there.
You cannot resist me! You cannot fight back! Come, defy us!
Will to survive. Racial. 3-minute cooldown. Remove all stun effects. I haven't used a racial since BC, so yeah.
You're done, rich man. We're not giving up.
No, I will rule. I will be king. Come, fools, fight, fight!
Hey, rich man.
No more, Father. Please. Please, just stop.
Never! Never!
I'll give you a few seconds. 1, 2, 3.
No! I cannot fall! Onyxia promised more! More!
Father! What can I do?
I'm sorry, but I need a moment. He was not a good man, but he was still my father. Yeah, I think Vanessa could talk to you about that.
Power. All yours.
You're dead. Twice!
Yes? Be safe.
It's Shaw. Matthias Shaw.
So it is done. I'd have liked to question the man more, but the power was too much for him. We cannot allow the amulet to end up in anyone else's hands. Claim it. We'll ensure its safe return to Stormwind together.
The job's not done yet.
The jewel is surprisingly dull, the metal oddly light.
What needs done? Wait. Something isn't right. Vanessa.
Noticed my little sleight of hand, did you? No way I'm leaving something like this for Stormwind. The Drakefire amulet is mine now.
I don't think so, Van Cleef. Hand it over.
What? What's happening?
So, one of the things I've always liked about the way that it's presented, and it's really codified here. I mentioned how Onyxia was behind everything, but ultimately at the end of the day, it was mostly just fomenting chaos. There was no goal. Have you ever played chess with someone who's not trying to win? Because it's kind of like that. And yeah, it all cycles back down to the same core element, something we'll be talking about a lot in War Within. Doubt. Doubt is the fundamental core of the Void. She doubts that she can trust them with the amulet. He doubts that she still has proper... that she's turned a new leaf, that he can trust her.
The control I could give you. You only have to take it.
Nah, I'm good.
You cannot resist. Kill them all. Take it for yourself.
And we could. We could effortlessly kill Shaw and Vanessa in a fight. We're the PC who canonically by this point has already been through Legion. Yeah, we got this. But that's not what we're here for.
It's Onyxia. Her will lingers over that amulet. Over all of us.
Some long-dead dragon thinks she can manipulate me? I don't think so. I've had enough of this worthless trinket.
Thank you.
No!
Power! Consume all! Take it all!
Your power is gone, and your legacy is broken, Snake.
This is actually Warcraft 3 music, by the way. All the way back to the beta. Get the hell out of my planet. For the third and final time.
It's always going to be for our people. To be manipulated by great unknown powers, time and time again.
And to overcome them, time and time again.
What can I do for you? Right away.
I'm tired, Zainjin. I'm tired of the constant battles. I'm tired of being manipulated, abandoned, and hurt. All of our people are. I miss the person I used to be. A simple girl who wanted to follow in her father's footsteps and help her home in the same stride. The girl who thought that was possible. I suppose I owe you some thanks. You've given me much to think about.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Please. What's up, baby? Is it? Now, I am in the middle of something, so I can't play right now, okay? But I can fling you.
No, get back here! I will fling you! I will fling you!
How did you fling yourself? Oh, okay.
You can to the ceiling!
Oh, I'm sorry. Here. How about just up here? Is this good enough? Yeah. Okay. Do you want to be flung? You sure? You ready? Whoosh!
We've got to airplane our way upstairs. Let's go.
Wait. Let's get you a gummy before we go. How's that sound? What color would you like? What color would you like? Right here. What color? Here. Here's the colors. Don't reach in. Which color would you like? Two oranges. Bestest baby.
Don't eat both of them at the same time.
Now, come on. No, wait, come back! Come back! Where did you go? Where are you? Wait.
Ah! You thought you'd get back from me, but now you're an airplane.
Hi, Candyman. Thank you for the sub. I will drop that down. Or F1. FF4. Mr. Red. And Final Fantasy 8.
Words are petty.
I thought I saw you glance in my direction.
This mission ended up being more than any of us expected, and you did very well. I'm trying to think what would have happened without you here. Some time back, the king commissioned a set of armor to be adorned by our greatest heroes. You've proven yourself more than deserving of such honor. Meet me in the Valley of Heroes.
Look to the shadows.
Your father died right in front of you. Because of us.
Yes. But he chose to walk a path of evil. His death was his own doing. And I have no desire to carry on his legacy.
A father's legacy. Maybe I too should find my own path. Not my father's.
SI-7 could always use a capable agent such as yourself.
In your dreams, Shaw. In the past, I got caught up in the desire for vengeance. But I always wanted to help the people of Westfall. Perhaps it is time Hope Saldean passed out bowls of soup again.
If you don't mind, I think I would like to join you for that.
I was about to say, Vanessa, let me introduce you to the Tuskar. I think you'll like them. I know they'll like you.
We fight in the shadows.
Ah! God, they're saying the same dialogue they did to Windsor. Ragged John wanted a memorial for Windsor. Did he now? Well, he's right. Against all odds, Marshal Windsor helped to stop Onyxia once again. This time from beyond the grave. I will see to it we place something on his grave to honor him. Too often we fail to recognize the deeds of our heroes until they're gone. I want to change that with you.
People of Stormwind, bear witness today to the deeds of this champion, who has stood valiantly against the many foes that would threaten our fair city.
No, she gone, Baron. She's been dead. She's been dead since Vanilla, actually. She's never come back. Not really. Her corpse was reanimated in Kata. A lingering aspect of her doubt manifested in an artifact she just had. But Onyxia's been dead.
For their courage, we honor our champion as Lion Guard, defender of Stormwind and all her people. Rise, and light bless you, Lion of Stormwind!
Light be with you. Be careful.
Another triple in terms of visuals. Dude, who didn't like that quest? That was a banger. Jesus.
Punches, lucky doos and loot.
What do we got? What do we got? There it is. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Okay. So there's your classic Stormwind Blues. I'm not sure. Oh, that's Lordaeron. That's Lordaeron Gold. And they actually bothered to have Stromgarde red. Stromgarde was my color back in the day. But we've also, as pointed out, got the robed version in case you're a caster type. Hey, Pinkerton. Where's the other helmet? I don't see another helmet. I think you're... Oh, there they are. Ah, and yeah, more of a non-platey kind of thing. You know what? Oh, I'm not sure where it is. I'm not even sure what it's called. Well, there's that thing. I was actually thinking that one. Yeah, no, this is a nice capstone to the Stormwind arc that started in vanilla. For those of us who's been around since the beginning,
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummels.
I mean, it's appropriate, right? Something I've been saying several times is that WoW didn't really find itself until Dragonflight. Dragonflight and War Within, specifically. We could argue the specifics and the back and forth and the why with ores, but no. WoW is in a different space now. Modern WoW is completely different than anything that's come before. It's appropriate that it is now that they finally tie up and follow through on so many elements from before. Took 20 years. Sounds about right. How long did it take Star Trek? In honor of Reginald Windsor, who gave his life in defense of Stormwind. I was actually going to go check out the Saldean farm regardless of anything, so it's good to know there's a reason for that. Also, I've changed my mind. Zyngin isn't from Lordaeron. He's from Stromgarde. No, I think Endwalker was when FF14 found itself, really. We'll see how they continue, but I think that's when we hit that line with them. The bread basket killed? The bread... There's a... What? I am Joran, House Tremaine. My family currently deals in lumber in Eastvale, but once we had a hand in the farmlands in Westfall. As I'm starting to take over more of my parents' duties as a noble, I heard Cecilia talking about her house and the people idea. Sorry, House of the People idea. I think it's intriguing. My family never would have gotten far in Eastvale without the help of the good people there. I want to see what it happened. And I think in Westfall is where it begins. It has been a minute.
Hello.
The Breadbasket Guild is just good people trying to do right by each other. There's so many people here we've needed to organize for a long time now. Get people working the farms again, get proper homes built. We've all been talking a lot about it lately. It's like the winds have changed direction. We'll see if those winds carry all the way to Stormwind. Come what may, I'll always be here for whoever needs a warm bowl of stew and a listening ear. Seems like a miracle. Our little girl Hope came back to us. We thought she were gone forever. We had a real long talk. She's made some mistakes. Vanessa Van Cleef is a loaded name. Loaded with pain, that is. She wants to move forward from that. But me and Salma, we're just happy to see her again. Farmers. Old Defias Brotherhood folks. Good folk displaced from war after war. For years now we've floundered about trying to survive. No more. We've got to put our heads and our hands together to work these farms. The land is ready for my hoe again, my friend. And as the breadbasket of the Eastern Kingdoms, we won't let Stormwind deny us our rights. The House of Nobles can't stand in our way. We'll do right by my people this time, I swear it. The Breadbasket Guild is the early rise of something great. Get it? Rise, like bread. Anyhow, this here's the movement that'll do right by Westfall. We won't fall to the greed of the Defias. Truth be told, I considered joining the Defias a few times. It was just so hard to get by, but I couldn't stand all the stealing they did from my own neighbors. It just weren't right. Me and Sam always wanted better for us all, and now we have a chance. Miss Cecilia and Vanessa are helping us organize. Vanessa says she won't be an official member. I get that. But I'm proud of that girl. Her ideas are some of the best we got. Actually, we'll talk to her. Nope, yep. Wonderful to see you again, my friend. Help yourself to some stew. I helped make the lattice batch, though I think Salma was not impressed with my cooking skills. Vanessa and I have been talking a lot with the people here in order to revitalize Westfall. We need to band together. But not like the Defias Brotherhood. We need a clean slate. So the farmers and workers of Westfall are forming the Breadbasket Guild, an official organization with support of a noble, myself, will be able to bargain with Stormwind for support from a place of power. Some leadership in Stormwind is already receptive to the idea. There's still many in the House of Nobles who think that, like my father. And they're the sneaky ones, the ones too smart to get caught out on corruption charges. Yeah, I took my father's title. I wanted to leave, to dissolve my house and use what little assets would remain to help rebuild here in Westfall, but Vanessa and I talked about it for a long time. I can do more good by entering the House of Nobles. The house needs change, and it starts here. It starts with the people. With their voices joined together loud enough to be heard behind locked doors of the house, it only help to have a voice echoing them inside. So that's what I'll fight for. In the house. Not a House of Nobles, but a House of the People. I'm certain this won't be met favorably by the other nobles. Not yet. But a few of the younger ones like Jorn here have already started to listen. Vanessa. Never thought I'd come back here, to a place where I stewed so much in anger for so long after my father was killed. The Saldeans were kind to me. I never allowed the Defias to harm them, but I still betrayed them by having the Furlboroughs killed. I hope they can forgive me. I could not return to the name Hope Saldean, but I also could not ignore the girl that was Hope any longer. Somewhere I left her behind. My childhood with the Saldeans, while filled with bitterness, was also filled with warmth. There were some days when I thought I could go on as Hope, a simple farm girl handing out soup, but that's not the path for me. I still have work to do. I won't hide from my past, any part of it, good and bad. I'll keep the name Van Cleef, in defiance of my father's bloody legacy. but in honor of his original ideals, and I will never stop fighting for the people of Westfall. As for what I'm doing, talking, planning, making amends. Westfall's heading in a new direction. Ex-Defias, long-displaced folk, farmers of Westfall banding together to form the Breadbasket Guild. Cecilia, as a countess, makes it official. Soon we'll hold a vote to decide who should be at the helm. Everyone knows the Saldians will win. They've done so much for everyone. And what about you? Me? I'm a criminal, remember? If I joined the guild, much less led them, I would only discredit them. Listen, there's no doubt in my mind the House of Nobles will try to put a stop to the guild. Count Clessington was evidence enough that there are still many who are in it only for the power. Where there is power, there is always corruption. In public, they'll all smiles and nods, but then they'll send daggers in the dark. When their agents come from the guild, that's where they'll find me. And yeah, having a bodyguard, which is what she is, for someone like Cecilia, is pretty much exactly the right thing. Terrible quest, 0 out of 10. I can't believe people even like this game. Orc. Sorry, that's not much of a question for me. Don't mistake me, this was a damned good quest. But I have years of experience at being able to measure things that are both extremely good and figure out which one's on top. I should hope I should be able to make such a determination now. Yeah, it'll be difficult to top Orc. Possible. Difficult. We still have Night Elf, Forsaken, Troll, and Draenei.
Aspect's grace shine down on you.
When I think of Red Dragon comfort food, I immediately think of the pies back at the Ruby Life Pools. You can always tell when our blacksmith, Krendusk, has downtime between orders. The entire mountain smells of delicious baked dragon fruit. My pie may not be as good as his, but I'm sure our Ruby hatchlings will love it. If you bring me the ingredients, I'll bake the best pie I can.
Stand firm in your duty.
Lag. Stutter, 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 stutter.
My wares were made with knowledge.
Oh, sorry.
We will not repeat our history.
Look, you guys just had a thing for fire in that particular campaign, Shadow Machine. Don't look at me.
Come see me again.
You know, honestly, I kind of don't, Uthor, as weird as that sounds. I mean, let's be real. I've even complained about it. Humans have been Stormwindians for pretty much all of WoW. there aren't a lot of humans elsewise. Like, you know who the humans are that aren't Stormwind? The Forsaken. No, really, think about it. No, the problem is, I wouldn't mind eventually having something more, for lack of a better way to put it, human-centric. But for that to happen, we have to have humans to begin with. We need to have re-establishment of Stromgarde. We need to have re-establishment of Voltark. We've already had Kultiras. They had their own thing. Like, the human kingdoms need to exist before we can actually do anything with them. Now, that would be cool to do someday. I actually like that idea. But you get the point.
What do you seek?
And yeah, we've already had Gilneas, too. Which are Worgen at this point. Are you hungry? I got you some food. Do you like it? I'm going to take that as a yes. Flame baked with love.
The Isles have awakened.
It's been a while since I baked anything, but I'm confident.
Honor all dragons.
Our red hatchling seems to be having quite the trouble making friends. Anytime she tries to get one to play, it tends to end quickly. She can be pushy, but whelps are whelps. Why don't you try to get her in the right mindset and play some tag?
Waters nourish you.
No, exactly, Blade Javal. Like I said, we need to have establishment of other humans first, then we could do stuff with them. And yes, Stromgarde very technically exists. Since BFA, I think, technically. Very, very technically. Get back here. Get back here. Rawr. I should warn you, I'm a demon hunter. That's not how you're supposed to play. What do you mean? You're so boring. I mean, you don't have to call me out like that. So Ruziona, god dang it, was scared. And our Ruby Hatchling is a brat. No, Blade Javal. Like, we've had... So, I shouldn't say no so definitively. Trolls are close. But the problem is, that's kind of cheating, isn't it? Trolls aren't one race. Trolls are like 4 different races. And we've actually gotten a lot of lore for the trolls over the years. Ugh. That's true, Kraken-san.
Glory to all flights.
I can already tell this whelp's going to be quite the handful.
Glory to Valdrakken.
Yep, I've dealt with those kind of kids. And yeah, Pandorans had an entire expansion basically dedicated to them. And yeah, they went very far into them. Draenei have had a lot, including in Legion, and yeah, Night Elves is the other big one. Not quite yet. We have one other quest to do. Although this might have been 10.1. I think this is 10.0.7. I'm not actually 100% sure on that. But we're doing it either way. So I'm already here. Hello, Bane.
I am Bane, son of Cairn.
Zerviles, Mela sent you? While I prefer to do this alone, I admit your relationship with the Centaur might be useful.
We serve as caretakers of this world.
A tribe of Tauren came back to the Dragon Isles, led by a close friend of mine, Bovin Windtotem. No one's heard from them since they entered these plains. What, Uther? Why? Oh, right. Right. I even asked you to remind me, which you did. Okay. Can make that work. Hang on. You know what? No, I'll do this. I must give myself to service. Yes, for the Bastion. For servitude. For enslavement. Sorry. Yeah, the Night Elves are going to get even more development in this very expansion. Hell, arguably they already have. Get in position for when we are going to come back for the actual MSQ, which is Caligos. And I've got Noxaith ready to go. He's not out at the plains yet, so we're going to have to fly out there, but... There it is, a debt that must be paid. Find Bane and the owner in Plains. I even made sure to have the quest. Yeah, no kidding, Uthor. I need to be a spec that can kill things. Honestly, ditto, Mr. Red. I was a little worried when I went for the name change. Like, getting it now? I should have done that years ago. Ironforge, Baron. That's not even a question. Ironforge has always been ludicrously well defended. Like, you know how you take Ironforge? You crack the mountain in half and bring it down on their heads. And that is exactly as hard to do as it sounds. Doable. Probably easier than a frontal assault. Hi, Fyrak. Hi, Bane.
How may I aid you?
Ah, Noxaith. Naela sent you? Well, I prefer to do this alone. I must admit your relationship with the Centaur might be useful.
Earth Mother, guide us all.
The tribe of Tauren came to the Dragon Isles led by a close friend of mine, Bowman Windtotem. No one's heard of them since they entered these plains. If they have gone missing, then I must find them. Unfortunately, I underestimated the size of this place. You have an existing relationship with the Centaur. Will you speak with them and see if they have any information on Bolvin or his tribe? Maybe they can help narrow down my search.
For the Horde, always.
I'll wait here. I prefer to avoid Centaur camps. Difficult memories. Yeah, as a fresh reminder, Bane's very first introduction ever was in Frozen Throne, where we had a mission to rescue him from centaurs. With Bovin. A spirit, oh god, it was the new unit at the time. It was the showcasing of the new unit. I can't remember what it was called. Spirit Walker? Spirit Totem? Something like that. It was Spirit Walker.
You are well.
No, it was Frozen Throne. It was during the pseudo RPG sequence with Rexar.
Farewell.
Unfortunately, I cannot help you. Despite Balakar's death, the Nakud are still a thorn in our side. Most of the plains is contested territory and my forces are stretched thin. Maybe Sunsoap Khan can offer aid. I know nothing of your missing friends, but Tomul might. She's led our scouting efforts and would be best able to aid you. Tell her she is to assist you in this matter and whatever you need. Okay.
Twofoot.
Well, yeah, it's funny because our first introduction to Cairn is rescuing him from centaurs.
I am not your keeper.
We have our hands full with these Nokud. But if the Khan commands it, then I will help. Let me gather some scouting reports. I'll meet you and your friend outside the city. Oh yeah, by the way, this is one of those things we don't really talk about a lot, but Croatia is evil. I mean, sorry. We've talked about how tall the centaurs are, right? Like, these guys are giants. They're horses. And, I mean, as you can see, they're just a bit taller even than Tauren. And Taurens are also giants. I bring all that up to emphasize how large this bird is. Really take in the size of this freaking owl for a second. That would make sense, Xavion. Yeah, this owl is the size of a Clydesdale. Absolutely not. I will not have you following us like a watchdog. You don't want me here. I don't want to be here, but my Khan commanded me to help you with this, and that's exactly what I want. I'm going to do.
What brings you to me?
I sent you to get information, not to invite one of them to join us. Can you not just send her home?
Stand strong.
Bane.
Stay true.
Bane.
Out with it.
Your friend doesn't seem to like me. To be honest, few people do.
Finally.
The name of this quest is Tumultuous Beginning. Since the dragons returned, we've seen an overwhelming number of outsiders passing through the plains. Normally, we keep a close eye on our borders, but their sheer numbers combined with the Nokud have made it difficult to track them. One scout reported a group of outsiders that matched your description traveling along the eastern road. We should start a search there. As for your friend, my Khan gave me a command. A huffy companion won't stop me from carrying it out.
Go on, then.
Listen, Twofoot. If you want to help find your friends, you'll need me. I know the land and the people, so if you're done with your tantrum, let's go. I don't have all day. Fine. Make no mistake, Centaur. I'll be watching you. You can watch me leave for all I care. I have a job to do. I love how little of a crap Timol gives. Alright, Croatia. It's time to give up on the Balkans. Oh my goodness. So hang on. Oh, absolutely, Luthor. Someone who just does not give a crap. Gothic 1. Mass Effect. Andromeda. Thief block. And hopefully at least a couple minutes of enjoyment in your life. Thank you, Croatia. Maybe something more pleasant to look at. You know what's funny is I think we still have that Croatia emote on the channel. Could someone check that really quick? I can't see, obviously, but I'm pretty sure it's still there. I know we have it on the Discord. always appreciate. Oh, thank you, Croatia. And I've put it towards that. No, that's... I don't remember getting rid of it. I wonder if they got rid of it for me. Wouldn't be the first time they've done that to me. Wow, yeah, there's the slot where it should be and everything. Why would they get rid of a Croatia emote? We have a pumpernickel emote. I forgot we even had. Whatever. My clan had nothing to do with this. Lies. If my arm were not broken, I would strike you down where you stand. Enough! Let's deal with the immediate issue.
Spirits watch over you.
Shortly after we entered the plain, we saw our first centaur. They feigned friendship so they could assess our strength and numbers, then signaled their comrades to attack. We've been harried by them ever since. Their latest attack was in force, and it took all we had to repel them. This Tabul has offered help, but we have an old saying. Beware centaur bearing gifts.
Farewell.
I've never been met with so much hostility in my life. And for me, that's saying something.
You'll be back soon, I'm sure.
Seems the centaur are not all that different from those in Kalimdor.
Honor those who came before us.
According to this survivor, the centaur took them completely by surprise. Bovan led many of the braves against the centaur, hoping to buy time for the others to escape. He succeeded, but Bovan and the other braves have not returned. We must find him. I need you to search the surrounding area. If you find survivors, tell them to make their way back here. If you find fallen Tauren, take something recognizable to bring back to their families.
Without honor, we have nothing.
The Nakud have been striking at outsiders across the plains. This is no doubt their handiwork. The survivor says most of their food supplies were destroyed in the ambush. We should try to help out. Let's collect meat from the plentiful game around the hole. That should be enough to cover their immediate needs.
Go on then.
It's funny you say that. This actually isn't a weapon. This is my cloak. Since I'm not particularly welcome at the moment, I think I'll go help Noxaith. You will go nowhere, Centaur. You will explain everything you know about this situation. And if I find you are lying to me, I want you close at hand. Yeah, this is my cloak. See? If I take my cloak off, all you have left is my weapon. This is my actual weapon. See? Now, I might be able to help, but, not yet. We're working on that. An assortment of cuts and meats from the Tauren plains. The distinctive-looking axe appears to be Tauren in origin. A flower is engraved on the hilt. The handle is covered in blood, but the axe is clean. Whoever wielded this axe lost their fight. Yeah, I've thought more than once that the only reason that the Centaur are even here in the Tauren Plains is specifically for this quest chain. No, it was actually more than just Blizzard stuff, Lita Fairy. There were quite a few large-scale pipelines that were getting hit last night. I don't know why. I haven't looked into it that much. So that was an internet outage, not a blizzard outage.
Hail. Be careful.
The Centaur told us they were our friends. We fell for their lies once again. All centaurs are evil. Never trust an elf. Yeah, like I said, I haven't looked more into what was actually causing it. Although, well, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. The Tauren is wearing a unique headdress. I'll go grab that. And a necklace there.
What brings you here?
He's cowering and repeating a nursery rhyme.
Ancestors watch over you.
Save us from the Centaur, Windmother, please. Thanks, Nakud. Try and have peaceful relations with these people, and you're like, we're evil. What was it again? Bullies, I think. Are there any other questions, or is the little Inquisition over? We will soon discover the truth of all this.
May the Earth Mother smile upon you.
I've spoken to the survivors, and no one has seen Bovin since the battle. This headdress you found on the deceased does not belong to him, so he's either missing or captured.
We serve as caretakers of this world.
I am not your keeper.
The Tauren stand proud.
Our next priority is to catch up with the others who fled during Bovin's stand. Hopefully, Bovin and the other braves have regrouped with them. This Tomul says the most likely place the Tauren would seek refuge is an abandoned village to the southeast. While her reasoning is sound, this is also the perfect location for a trap. Noxaith, I know you vouch for her, so I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Let us hope your trust in her is not misplaced.
Stand strong. Stay true.
Are you always so distrustful of people you've just met? Only when they're Centaur. Or Murlocs. Sounds like there's a story behind that. Care to share? Not today. There you are. It's getting to worry. As you can see, we found more people who don't like me.
Speak up.
Do it, Trihexia. Make it happen. It's your job now. Uthor, you're in charge of continuity. The good news is we found the other Tauren. Bad news is that this Bovin he seeks isn't here. The irritating news is that everyone wants me dead.
You'll be back soon.
As we arrived, Bane was whisked away. Bovin is still missing, so he is speaking to someone named Tagar. Of course, I've been left out here in the cold. Seems they still don't trust me. In any case, Bashir now! In any case, you should go in and speak with the Tauren. Take the items you found and try to identify who they belong to. At the very least, you can let the families know what we've discovered so far. Be gentle. For some of them, this may be the worst day of their lives.
Finally.
I'm sick of standing around. I'll head over to Pinewood Post. Check in with Bane when you're done. Tell him I have an idea where Bovin might be. Maybe that'll catch his attention.
Peace, friend.
What is the history between the Centaur and the Tauren? You call yourself a Tauren, yet forget your own history? Look, I'm young, okay? I was born after Warcraft 3. Long ago, centuries before Thunderbluff and the Horde, we were nomads. We wandered Kalimdor in tribes, following the migration of the Kodo and other game. Then the Centaur poured out of Desolus like a flood, ravaged the land and fell upon us like a plague. Over generations of war, the Centaur sought our extermination. No peace, no mercy. Most Centaur we met tried to kill us on sight. Only with the arrival of the Horde were we able to defeat the Centaur once and for all. We'll never forget what they tried to do to us. Why don't you let Tumul into the village? During our time here, every Centaur we met has tried to do us harm. Many have been lost in these attacks. This centaur claims to want to help, but you understand why we must act out of an abundance of caution. So why did you come here? The Wind Totem have many differences from other Tauren tribes. They remained nomads and never settled in Mulgar. Another difference is their veneration of the wild god Onara. Recently, Bovan believed he received visions from Onara. They showed the Wind Totem traveling to a faraway land, and after much discussion, the tribe decided to follow the visions. When Bovan told Thunderbluff of his intentions, some decided to join him. It is unclear what the visions meant, and with Bovan gone, we may never know.
Goodbye.
Well met.
So, I found a headdress. My husband is gone. My daughter will grow up without a father because of the centaur, just like I did. Yeah, the reason the Horde have tended to get more stories for a very long time is actually very, very simple. Because there's two really big reasons for it. First and foremost, most of the Horde races were the pet projects of most of the head riders. Orcs being a really big one. Forsaken being another one. I mean, if you remember, Metzen had to fight to get Forsaken in the game, like, at all as a playable race. You remember that all the way back in Vanilla? So there was a really big push by some of the lead writers to write stories for those races, because that was their races. Problem with that is there really wasn't a lot of stuff for, say, the humans. Nobody was really pushing for humans. Nobody was really pushing for gnomes. So they were just kind of there. The second big reason is, for the most part, most of the Alliance races, I don't want to say they're not as interesting. It would be more accurate to say that you have to invent stories for them, rather than they have interesting stories baked in, right? Most Horde stories are right there on the cover. You know, you look at even just the surface level of the Orcs, the Taurens, the Trolls, the Forsaken, the Blood Elves, and the story tells itself. And thus we have tons of stories for the 5 races I just mentioned. For the humans, you've got... like, what's going on with the dwarves, you know? Now, they have finally started pushing away from this, but for the most part, they've been pushing away from it by virtue of just pushing away from the factions as a whole, which, to be clear, I do think is the right call. But you get the idea.
Hail. Walk with the earth.
This necklace belongs to Bovan. I would lead a search party if I could, but we're in no condition to leave the village. Night Elves are actually quite fascinating, and have had a lot of good stuff over the years. And, of course, the Draenei.
Well met. Go in peace.
This axe belonged to my friend Nawa. She would never willingly part with it. If you do not see a body, then chances are she may yet live.
We fight when we must.
Tagar has known me since I was a child. He was my father's second-in-command for many years. Long ago, he was responsible for sending Rexar, Rokan, and Chen on a mission to rescue me from the Centaur. Yep. But they needed aid to complete that mission, and that's when they met Bovan.
We are stronger.
Thank you for what you have done for these people. As for Tumul, I hate to admit it, but she seems to be proving her worth, despite her grating personality.
Without honor, we have nothing. Earth Mother, guide us all.
If Bovan is not dead, then he is not here, either still out there or been captured. Given Tumul's message, I fear it's the latter. The Wind Totem are safe for now, but with an attack possible at any moment, they can't spare any braves to go after Bovan. Looks like it's up to us.
For the Horde, always.
Tagar, I'm going after Bovan. Tumul says she might have a lead on his whereabouts. Bane, she's a centaur. How can you not trust that she's leading you into a trap? If she wanted that, she could have done it already. She's sworn to save Bolvin, and thus far has upheld her end of the bargain. She may not be the enemy, but the Centaur are still unreliable and without honor. Maybe she'll help you now, but will she stand with you in your hour of greatest need? I have my doubts, but I will give her the opportunity to dispel them. One way or another, we will see what her words are worth. Farewell, my friend. Earth Mother, watch over your Bane. Yeah, WoW dwarves are for the most part fairly typical dwarf. Like if you're thinking dwarf, then what you're probably thinking is a Warcraft dwarf. Having said that, I do find it interesting how many very cool and interesting characters we've had amongst the dwarves, specifically over the years. The most obvious one being the Bronzebeard brothers. We've already seen plenty of cool stuff from Braun as far back as Wrath, and we've already seen some cool stuff with Magni, and we'll continue to see in the future. I also like a lot of the Dark Iron characters, the ones who actually have character. That's true, we don't have the book. In fact, the mere fact that they don't have the book is going in the book. Yo, doesn't have the book. Okay. Gnomes... Gnomes have ever... They really should, Dakota. And yeah, we'll talk about Thalen. We'll talk about him. Gnomes have never really had enough to distinguish them in Warcraft, in my opinion. Don't mistake me, gnomes and goblins are a little bit different. They're different shades. But both of them are mad scientists. It's just different flavors of mad science. And I think that's kind of the problem, is goblins and gnomes are very, very close to being the same race, culturally. It's ridiculous. The center on this outpost are my clanmen. They're not going to do anything to you. That's true, Huthor. I will not enter a centaur outpost unless it's to do battle. I mean, goblins just got an entire major patch to themselves. And frankly, goblins have had a lot of screen time since Warcraft 2. They've been around for a while. They get plenty of stuff. Once again, bias towards the Horde race. Although I would argue the goblins don't qualify as a Horde race, but you get the idea regardless.
What brings you to me?
Tamul wanted me to wait for you in her encampment, but I politely declined to do so.
Honor those who can.
Tamul says the attacks on the Wind Totem were carried out by an enemy clan known as the Nohud. Just down this road is their closest outpost, a most likely location where Tauren prisoners will be taken. Task is simple: rescue the captives. We don't know how many there are or how long they've been here, so we must hurry. I speak from experience when I say centaur do not keep captives for very long.
For the Horde, always.
Go on then. What?
Trying to convince Bane we're here to help is like trying to move a rock by talking to it.
Finally.
We're here to rescue the captive Tauren, but I have a personal request. The place we're assaulting was once my home. The Nohud took it over after a surprise attack during the Civil War. Take these Shikar banners. When you kill them or one of their allies, plant a banner on their corpse. I want to send a message. If they want to continue to occupy our home, they'll pay in blood.
I am not your keeper.
I can do that. When we fight the Nohud...
holds a special connection to Wind Eagle.
When we fight the Nohud, remember, I'm the good centaur. Don't hit me. Is what she just said to Bane there. That's another thing. We were talking earlier about how we have our evil goblin as well, but actually, it's actually the Venture Company. They're the, let's call it what it is, evil capitalists of the goblin factions.
How may I aid?
They're interrogating us, but we don't know anything. Yeah, what would they... Why are they trying to interrogate you? For real, what would the Tauren know? They just got here. It was y'all are dead, so... I mean, that goes back to what we were just talking about with the Human Heritage Quest, doesn't it? It may have taken 20 years to get there, but they did a lot of heavy lifting in a very dense and very short quest. They think we're druids sent to help the dragons. Oh, God. Ahem. That's racist. The captive then followed that statement up with, I'm no druid, I can't even take care of a plant. I mean, ever since the short story came out with Noggin Fogger and Gazlowe, I figured they were going to go somewhere with the goblins. And my favorite memory of that short story is the comments section of the post that shared it, which was complaining about how much nuance they were adding to the goblins. Now, hang on. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking I'm putting words into their mouths to get across my point, which I do fairly often, I will freely admit. But no, I mean that with literal sincerity. They were actually complaining about their words, increased nuance in goblins. I want to know if we're here to help Serest. I don't even know who that is. Interrogated me about the centaur, their strengths, their defenses. What the hell is Disneyfied? A Primalist asked about the Emerald Gardens. I didn't know anything, so they heard me. Listen, torture is always an effective way to gain information. They took Bovin prisoner, but when he said he was the leader, they took him somewhere else. Oh wow, so these people are evil and stupid. A wonderful combo.
Twofoot. You'll be back soon, I'm sure.
I saw the banners across the highlands. I'll not change what happened here, but it puts a smile on my face.
Finally.
He looks perturbed and anxious. I never wanted to be back in a centaur camp. Too many memories, too many nightmares.
We serve as caretakers of this wood.
We have scoured the camp and saved who we could, but Bolvin is not among the captives.
Stand strong. Stay true.
What?
This is my home. I remember playing as a child just over there. One day we will rebuild this place, but first I'll make the Nakud pay.
Go on then.
Bolvin's not here. The Nakud could have taken him anywhere. Might have one last chance to find him, but it's a long shot. We still have Bovin's necklace. One of the Onir mystics might be able to use it to help divine his location. I've only heard about this ritual, so I have no idea if it'll work. Go to the Oniri Spring and look for Boku. I'm sure he'll help us. Bane and I will make sure the Tauren you rescued get back safely. We'll meet you at the Oniri Springs.
You'll be back soon, I'm sure.
Feels different being back here. Tamul, was this your home? It was, until the Nakud launched a surprise attack and put it to the torch. Now my home is gone and my people are scattered across the plains. I know how you felt. When I was young, I never had a place to call home. Home was where my people were. And perhaps you have more in common than you thought. Come, let us take the Tauren home. I mean, I'm down for Warhammer, but, like, Warhammer's over there, being Warhammer. Go play Warhammer games. There's several of them. Total Warhammer 3 is an excellent game, which I can highly recommend. You can play as the orcs, being the orcs. Have fun with it. I actually rather liked playing as orcs when I was playing Warhammer 3. Of course, I'm sure we can find your missing friend. You know, ever since you're promoted, you've become far too optimistic for my tastes.
Your name is whispered on the wind.
I'm sure I can find this Bowman Wind Totem, but I need a few items from you. Okay, a selection of flowers that grow at the base of the springs. Heart of a salamander. Stronger heart, the better. And I'll get the rest.
Fair skies, friend.
I'll just collect my things, and we need to do the ritual outside the camp. Bane is uncomfortable around us. How strange. Why would anyone be uncomfortable around us? That's actually a great question. Oh, no offense to Bane. Really, no offense to Bane. I get it. He's actually being pretty reasonable here, all things considered. Like, he's fighting up against something that's not even really sentient, if that makes any sense. Those kind of built-in biases, those don't just vanish. You can fight them. You can push them down. You can diminish them or dismiss them. They don't just go away. "11 solo activities in Undermine, huh? Well, that's not for me, because I don't plan to do that solo, but... lol. These really should be swapped. I don't know why these are like this. Damn it, Laura. You're a druid. Act like it. If I'm not cheating on quests by looting while in a mount, I don't know what I'm doing. Remember, if you ever want to play the cheatiest class in the game, play a druid. Honestly, the only people who I've ever known who think that MMOs should be mandatory group content didn't play MMOs when they were new. They never experienced the horrors of the group walls. Also, they're dumb and wrong. Alright, so, how many times have you performed this ritual? Counting this time? Twice!
See what others cannot. Bless you.
Let me just grind these flowers, and we're all ready. Take these items, put them on the incense burner. Together with Bovin's necklace, I can entreat Onara to help us find him. With luck, she'll give us a vision.
Follow your heart.
Uthor was never seen again. Oh, Onara, grant us your aid. Show us where we might find a Bovin Windtoner. Bovin looks badly hurt. Who was that centaur with him? I was afraid of this. That's Jomoku. He's a powerful Nukud, ally of the Primalists who lead a large army. Means your friend is in Nokudon Hold. Mission has now become too dangerous for just us to handle. I must speak with the Khan. There's no time. You don't see Bovin? We must reach him now. This place is the seat of Jomoku's power. We cannot rescue your friend alone against an army. It would be foolish to even try. We can make our way in undetected. I have a few potions that will mask our presence. We have no time to find aid. We must go now or Bovin will die. Even with those potions, the Nakud war dogs will sniff us out in a second. By the way, I love how Boku is just looking back and forth between them. This is how you aid me, by fleeing at the first opportunity. Tiger was right. Your words are nothing but worth nothing. Go then, coward. Tumul actually trembles with rage and stomps the ground. Fine! Insist on getting yourself killed. I will not stop you. Oh, wait, don't... I have never played them, President Clamp.
Spirits watch over you.
At least I have one reliable ally.
We are stronger
I should
together.
have known I could not trust the Centaur. They may provide token aid, but they would never risk themselves for us. Let's focus on the matter at hand. We cannot allow Bovin to remain in Centaur captivity. I'll set out immediately. Meet me there as quickly as you can.
Without honor.
Dude, I'm faster than you. I don't want to hear it. Listen, he can sit on the floor or he can be angry. There's two options. This dial has two settings.
There is so much to document in the Onaran Plains, hero. Another photographer is always welcome.
The Tauren stand proud.
Time is against us. We must find Bovin as quickly as possible. This hold is teeming with Centaur. Our search will go faster if we split up, and it'll be easier to slip by patrols. Take one of those potions I brought. It should help you go undetected, but beware of the war dogs. If Tumul spoke correctly, they'll sniff you out.
Honor those.
If you find him, do not wait for me. You got it. Already found him. 3 prisoners were brought in from the Shikar Highlands for interrogation. They may hold information about enemy movements and plans. Bwah, druid. Bwah. Have yet to gain any useful information from prisoners. 2 died under interrogation. 1 yet lives. Jamoku wishes to personally oversee this interrogation. He will talk or he will die.
How may I aid you?
I was too late.
Earth. When I was young, the centaur took me. It was Bovan who found me and aided in my rescue. Without him, I never would have. It was my turn to rescue him, and they have robbed me of it. They will never hurt anyone again.
Yeah, you've just pissed off a Tauren chieftain. I remind you, Tauren are very high tier in terms of racial stats in lore.
Son of Care.
Nokud, Gelkis, Magram, Kolkar. They're all the same. They plague the land and murder my people. No more! I will end the centaur threat here and now.
We are stronger together.
Yeah, you just pissed off the good, tolerant, kind, understanding, peacemonger Tauren. You, sirs, have done screwed up. Y'all are dead. Oh, he is shrekking. I'm basically just pulling for him at this point. If you can't see those numbers, he's hitting for hundreds of thousands a hit. This is a bit of a deja vu for me because I farmed the elemental stuff here. Hyper witness moment, maybe? Also, musical cues to individual quests. Never knew I needed it until WoW showed up and started showing me what that feels like. That should be enough.
We fight when we must.
After cutting through dozens of centaur, Bane is visibly fatigued.
Strong. Stay true. May the Earth Mother smile upon you.
He is breathing hard and covered in wounds. Jamoku was responsible for all this. I will not let him escape.
Without honor, we have nothing.
I will not leave until Jamoku pays for what he's done. I will avenge Bovan no matter the cost.
Honor those who came before us.
Yeah, the name of this quest is Old Hatreds. War outsiders to meet their fates. Yeah, I'm gonna drop a moon on him, I think. Enough! I will strike you down where you stand. Yeah, you saw this coming. Yeah, That just caved in his ribs.
Well struck.
I did not believe you would come.
Honor is of great importance to my people.
Yes, as it is to mine.
Come, let us gather our dead.
And yeah, in case you missed that, that's pretty much removing the Nakud from the board. Like, obviously there's still going to be a problem, but they've been reduced from rival tribe to bandits.
I am Bane, son of Care.
Jamoku is dead, as are many of the Centaur. We have avenged Bolvin and the others. In hindsight, perhaps we should not have taken on the entire Nakud army. Luckily, Tumul's timely arrival helped even the odds. A Centaur fighting to save a Tauren. Never would have believed it.
We serve as caretakers of this world.
Out with it.
Tumul is somehow both expressionless and smug. What, did you really think I'd leave you to do this alone? I said I'd get help, and I got it. After I left Oniri Springs, I went straight to Sunset Con to rally the Rangers. Few were available, but there were enough for a surgical strike. I lost 2 Rangers on this rescue mission. Maybe now Bane will know what our words are worth.
I am not your keeper.
You were lucky we arrived when we did. We intercepted the Nakud reinforcements about to flank you during your fight with Jamuko. We lost 2 of our number in that battle. Their bodies have already been recovered. Bolvin's is the last. Nakud will not take long to rally and hunt us down. We must leave.
Go on then.
Bane, it's time for us to leave. I know. I was saying, this sounds a lot like BFA, the sound font especially. Glad to see you made it out in one piece. Now that's interesting.
Speak up.
It was I who suggested we honor our dead together. I hope to show the Tauren that these Centaur lost their lives recovering their leader from the Nakud. If that doesn't convince them we're not their enemies, I don't know what will.
You'll be back soon, I'm sure.
Bane hasn't said much since we left. I did not realize just how much this Bolvin meant to him until now. As for me, I'll head back to Marokai after the funeral. My Khan's command has been fulfilled, even if this wasn't the outcome we would have liked.
I am not your keeper.
No, that's terrible for streaming, Mr. Red. If I had only 8, I wouldn't be streaming.
How may I aid you?
The Shikar lost 2 of their own during the battle. All of Tumul's reinforcements, they volunteered to help of their own free will. I have much to consider. After speaking with the Shikar, we decided to honor our dead together. We have blended our funerary rites into one ceremony for this occasion. We would be honored if you'd stay and participate.
For the Horde, always.
I'll just politely skip the quest. No, of course not.
Earth Mother, guide us all.
We're here together on the side of the ancestors to honor our fallen. Bolvin Wind Totem, Kurul Wind Totem, Bork of Shikar, Joshi of Shikar. For a bit of perspective, what I used to have was 1,000. So yeah, 1 giga. What I have right now... This is while streaming, I feel like adding. Is 150. Joshi was my mentor. Though strict and severe, he had a kind heart. He taught and cared for the orphans of his clan, and I will carry on his legacy. My sister Bork loved animals. She would nurse any injured animal back to health, whether Bakar or Autuk. Her compassion will live on in me, this I promise. My husband Krorul filled our lives with silly jokes and laughter. I hear his voice in my daughter's laughter, and I will always remember him. Bolvin, my friend. He once rescued me from certain death. He asked for nothing in return. I live a life dedicated to courage, humility, and honor because of him. I can never repay him, but I hope my words and deeds honor his memory always. Honored ancestors, welcome our beloved ones at your hearth. May their spirits know peace and their deeds be remembered. Their memories live on through us.
What brings you to me?
Bolvin is gone, but his people remain. Why did he bring them here? What did he see in his visions? The Wind Totem have always been nomads. Perhaps he saw they might finally have a home, or did he know what would happen with the Centaur? Did he bring us here to make peace with them? Make peace with the hatred in our hearts? All I know for certain is I must continue to live according to his ideals. In that, I can honor his life and memory. The name of this quest is Letting Go.
Without honor, we have nothing.
I have sent message to Mela. I suspect she'll be relieved to hear from me, and in knowing she was right to send you. Before you leave, I'd like to speak with you for a moment.
We serve as caretakers of this world.
Without you, this journey would have ended differently. Thank you for staying by my side with this ordeal. Beyond that, you have opened my eyes to a new path forward. A path I never thought possible for our people. This is worthy of a special gift. These totems are inscribed with the history of our people, a history steeped in the blood of the Centaur. You have taught me though we must not forget our past, we need not be chained by it. Take these totems with my deepest gratitude.
Stand strong. Stay true.
Ah, Tamul, I owe you an apology. Fear and old hatred clouded my eyes, and I let it affect my judgment. For that I am sorry. Thank you. We all grapple with past traumas and grudges, but it takes strength to move forward from them. We're not that different, you know. Both our people value balance, nature, peace, honor. Perhaps there's still room for friendship? Perhaps. For now, I wonder if you could show me your home. I would like to learn more about your people. It'd be my honor. You are my second favorite two-foot, after all. Hey! I said second favorite.
Come, shop, browse. Smell.
I think it's a mace. Yep, there it is. And there's the weapon. It only took 20 years. People have been asking for totem weapons since vanilla. And if you're wondering why, well, remember, that was the weapon they used back in Warcraft 3. So, took us a minute. And now we have the split back piece.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Yeah, I think I like that. It even fits my current outfit pretty well. Yeah, no, for those of you not aware, that's how they carry it. You've probably been wondering, do you see that? They hollow out the totem and then they put a pole in the middle. So you hold it in the pole, see? I'm pretty sure that didn't used to exist. I'm pretty sure it used to just be their hands kind of crudely stuck into the model. But now they actually thought about it and made it into a real weapon. So I can do stuff. Oh, it's not going to do it because I'm a mage. Nah, whatever. Okay. That was a terrible quest, obviously. Ugh. All this horde bias. Ugh. I spit upon it. Patooey patooey. Yeah, this expansion is just so terrible. It's wild. How did they screw up so badly? Jesus Christ, a Spirit Star. Oh, nice. I don't see the weapon. But I do see the back totems. I like it. I'm gonna scooch around a little bit. Because Frozen doesn't have her outfit yet. Thank you, President Clamp. Always appreciate the sub. Let me do a quick mental check. We've got down below, which is almost entirely MSQ. And then we've got our next follow through with Tyr. I think that's actually it, because I think most of the other stuff, when I was looking at this, happens after Zaralek. Like the bronze follow through and all that. It's funny you say that. I was just thinking how much I need to change these shoulders, because they don't fit at all. But thank you. Yeah, after Abras, exactly. Let's pause, take a slightly early lunch, and then we'll hit Zarlik in one big bundle. So I'll see you guys in a bit.